Hey, y'all, it's start time. Are we ready to go in here?
Yep. Sent.
Hi, Nicola.
Hi, Raid. Hi, everyone else.
Charade.
Hello.
Wait. Just let me know when everyone has it. Just like thumbs up whenever you get it. Kevin, Surya. Cool. Part 1, the fix we're in, excessive oversight, awful auspices all over, bulwark and ordinary, pit at the center, alarms going off in our heads, soldiers in armor we dress, each anxious to protect, just a few sentinels left, mere buffers expected, dig a moat of protection, exceptional hampers arise, refuge and recess reside, sentry too many, keel hardly shielding, 20,000, impregnable leagues on the harbor, deep end, that's whole color, and 88, pun signifies little words, pun is a pound, words, new sentences, a punch to provoke, etymological speculations, this is the diachronic version of punning, etymologizing was, motivating me through punning, distinct signifiers are brought together in the relationship between the investment meaning and surprising coupling of different meanings towards unexpected connections transform the illustration inherent in body of language, the power of uncodified linguistic relationship produce meanings punch, show speakers to tell work and reveal the structure of language for the relations affect meanings produced by connection. There's no doubt the people ancient and forced distinction between real and false collection puns are valid conceptual relations to a wordplay put similar not identical words together in the sequence and intensification of assonance constitutional alliteration when the same word is used in two different meanings. A homonym is a homonym equivalent to England, I will steal, and there I'll steal. These syllables to crucial union of language economic syllables related to the portmanteau word. We cannot specify the relation of produced meanings. There is no escape from the insistence that meanings and effect of language, not a presence behind language, and not the effect is unstable and uncontrollable. Like puns, punning frequently seems a structural device to offer the mind a sense of an order that does not master or comprehend. We are urged to conceive an order in which they go together. The allegories are narratives that generate by wordplay. The expansion of puns and plots of all unfolded investigation, literal truth inherent in individual words. Wordplay resembles Freud's theory that the truth, the unconscious, be revealed through word association. The projection of the principle of equivalence, the axis selection on the axis of combination of the unconscious structure like a language designed to transparent language or signifiers are permanently paired, but a punning language or psychic relays a link between your dream image and days of residue turns out to be upon puns or mechanism of the psyche of a connection of puns, figuring structure on the subject experiencing unconscious know-how of language. The uprising proliferation unintended punning affects an ordinary conversation, retro motivation works the entire linguistic system. Emphasis on new punning relationship, disruptive system language. One speaks is always exposed to contamination of arbitrary signs by punning links central to the workings of language. The arbitrary signs linguistic system may be a part of a larger discursive system which affects the motivation are always occurring. This cannot be set as irrelevant to language. The words are rooted in other words. Who trace they bear was blatantly true for puns. Holds for all linguistic sequences, combination of letters that catch meanings while illustrating the instability of meaning. The pun-set relationship between the pun and the concept formation, the order of knowledge puns are where work in the central form of structures of conceptual systems can inspire a moment in its action. They may also become the instrument of knowledge, motivation by which linguistic motivation, scientific concept modifies the word. The is the general condition of all natural linguistic activity. Think of the pun as a research strategy, signifying cluster works to bring together material for the success structural relationships. Thinking that dispense familiar distinctions of chance productivity, foregrounds opposition that we find difficult to evade or overcome. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, the United States federal G need a vast security, fend off, keep it at bay, sanction and clear the berets, tide. Hands, buckle and cleave, fight with the arms of the sea, coasting, check it out, roasting, deck it out, raise, aegis, hope it doesn't get worse than this. That's Ulmer and 88. A law that cannot be demonstrated to one group of scientists seems intuitively obvious to another, involves conceptual combination. Concept works as well for organizing knowledge concepts. Unlike physics, in which two bodies may not occupy the same space, language and material in which the same names are capable of supporting several mutually exclusive meanings simultaneously. Derrida refocused upon the philosophy of new cognition. The programmatology is an alternative traditional modes of communication. Derrida mentions the comprehension in terms of enunciation of writing, functions the absence of the author. He re-accountable for psychology consequences of the pun and the philosophy Nietzsche never intended the things Nazi theorists found it says why text why and how the same statements could serve in senses that one teaching compatible. The future of text never closed. Signature would not be affected when ears have been able to receive the message on the side of the address sees the language. The signature will take place upon the philosophy. This ear turn to the other. The pun is non-Euclidean. It builds a productive procedure out of the mere ornament that ultimately deconstructs a logocentric expression of writing to construct a fully operational mode of thought on the basis of excluded elements. Aristotle shows the totality, the equivocal, to say greatest possible synchronity, greatest speed, the greatest power of meanings bearing into each syllabic fragment in order to overload this unconsciously transformed with this smooth status of aesthetic discourse and hierarchy university apparatus from object studies subject knowledge. The answer has to do with the great speed joyous textual machine fast to any computer yet build one of the obstacles problem solving the information age. We are bearing data by sheer quantity and piece comprehension, having tended to concentrate on data processing more as the event to which the concept gives rise is called speed's essential discovery process works with the Wittig device of analogy. The associates elements previously thought to be unrelated to the level of language upon its precisely device capable of relating elements with the greatest speed. The more probable the message, the less information conveys. All information is statistical. The experimental arts favor high improbability as opposed to clarity of low information. Favor traditional pedagogy. The artists try to augment the possibilities of information by means of an organized disorder. The pun acquires new status with effects and new sensibility. Homophones represent a bridge of least motivations. That's generally the greatest information. Part 2, the we're fixing. It's all downhill from here. Scouts and guards despair, replace and join defense. Wind up, scatter them hence. Stroke brings the cavalry. Our rows raise silence as we drift betwixt the lead. That's Hearst and 18 competition for priority between opposing worldviews, mythologies, whatever the mythology its author will have failed. Something crucial in a hierarchical relationship for the sake of securing present. Cultural production has been caught up in the metaphysics of presence. It is ethically uncover where and how the religion necessary for myth making transpired. There does efforts to undergo theoretical construction to achieve coherent myths. Constructive reading is ready to work. Open contingency, the instability of a paradox is an indication of truth. Our obligation to face up truth of our uncertainty. There on the con aimed to open text up to a future. Open text up to a future. There is repeating rejection of the adversarial either or thinking is alternative both and thinking articulated difference as the prologic the aporia first aporia. The attempt to secure interpretation is in fact rendered insecure since no static complete interpretation does justice to the complexity of things. The events inherent inevitably overtake such interpretation, leading them and standing as dangerously ideological rigidities. Our habitual response to chances to originally protect our subject position on the illusion that they afford us mastery. We can only create other chances of intervention. Second aporia, there is always an equally valid and necessary interpretation of the same event. When an interpretation becomes too loose, it fails to do justice to the event for its legitimate regularities. The aporia lies in the reversal by which it is too much dynamism makes it impossible to move. Both economic and economic interpretation are apparatic in the sense that they closer they get each gets to perfection, the more likely it is to auto deconstruct by opening up to its opposite. Violent position of rigid code of law creates a condition for violent overthrow. Yet one is necessary condition for the other. The choice impossible. They are trying to not losing one side ties the other and moving. Here cause stricture. Third aporia, the impossible. We face plurological aporia in the also aspect of human life, and that there is no way of resolving its reversal for the form of the double mind office breathing space freedom, the ideological states of pre-programming economic stance, the operating complexity, transform the task of philosophy, resign the natural contract, garrison, make fast, lay down, jack up, fix and dispatch, rain over the surf, docket, lock is too fine, return vessels to berth, keepers refuse to oblige, decline to shallow marauders, guard is taking water, host can't be too thin, back to the wake again, bring to, afford, safety, manifest indemnity, turn turtle, stay the course, taking it back to the source. That's Ulmer. And 88, the unconscious, that being it speaking, is that wants to know nothing more. The inaccessibility, the unconscious, the heart of the method. It's talking in a certain way. It allows the unconscious to show itself in the plain language, carries the instances of desiring the chain of signifiers, productive puns. It calls you son, solid dreamers are insufferably witty, and they have to be because the direct way is barred to them. The pun itself tells them how to proceed. The impossible knowledge is prohibited, but it's not. If you write it completely conveniently between the words, this interdimension of reading between the lines opens up a new dimension of knowledge called the dimension. The Lang has nothing to do with communication, but it's a presentational mode of different sort of Lang articulates things so it can go much further than what's stated in the law of knowledge, the unconscious knowledge of Lang. The Lang is that which causes a language to be termed one's mother tongue, nothing other than that which is absolutely distinguishes one language from every other one. A singular mode of making puns. The light is a philosophic metaphor. Any change in our understanding of its nature should affect its analogical extension. Thinking in Einstein's universe requires a new logic that breaks all absolutes, but especially a logic that frees itself from the identity principle of Aristotelian logic. In Aristotle's system, there's no place for difference. Derrida hates his cue from Aristotle and builds an entirely philosophical principle on the basis of the homonym. These non-Euclidean geometries provided eventually the mathematics of relativity. Problem solving must be approached otherwise, avoiding all dialectic thinking. There is no substitution here, no transfer of proper signs, but an eruptive extension of sign proper to one idea in a sense to a sense without a signifier. The letters, phonemes of the word itself are set to free to generate conceptual material by gathering into discourse terms possessing the letters, that which presents itself as half patterns of presence of language. If it finds itself struck out anew, retempered the seal of necessity. Rhyme is the folding together of identity and a difference. It's inventio, focused on the assumption that language itself intelligence, hence homophones know something structure, then can be methodologically threatened in order to be comprehend more clearly. Cracks and flaws may be detected when the homophones concept names are sounded through the system, exposing the cross chance of necessity. It is remarkable the language comes to us from one and the same word to express two opposed meanings. Derrida proposed not to follow Hegel's laborious analysis of each concept, but to adopt a homonymic principle that in a sense automatically locates all possible equivocality. The Moira effects of operating gives rise to grotesque etymologies, constitutes a new theory of mimesis. New mimesis is in short the based on the homophonic resemblance. I think grammatologically is not to have an idea, but to have a Moira. Thanks to Jake Lee, his paradigm conceptually inspired the affirmative.
Okay, you good?
Mhm.
What does the AF do to protect water in the US?
We pitch protection.
What does that mean?
I mean, pitching protection has a dual meaning. That's our entire point about the pun itself. Punceptual cognition requires a sonic relationship to things, right? Our argument is that the 1AC is a sound argument.
Okay, what does that mean? What does a sound argument do to protect water in the US? And what is
A
voting?
sound argument is both an argument about sound and an argument that is sound. We have made the argument that the 1AC is a punceptual defense of the resolution insofar as the resolutional statement is a collection of signifiers. It is a relay of sonic information that we have interpreted punceptually. Every card in the 1AC is a defense of punceptual cognition.
Okay, so you've read your poems and your puns. What does voting AF do to
That's quite a
actual,
shallow interpretation of the 1AC. I don't think they're poems.
or
They're
sorry,
punceptual articulations of what
you read your
we've
conceptual
done.
articulations. Why vote AF?
Because the 1AC is anchored in a retooling of etymology to promote a new form of thought.
Okay, what does voting AF do to actualize that?
I mean, our point is that like all thought is functionally a product of the signifier of language. We have played with signifiers and we think that endorsing that is good. Like
Okay.
debate is a process of dialogue, communication, interaction with the signifier. And so we have simply just debated, but we've
Okay.
interpreted the statement that grounds debate in a new way.
Okay, sure. The comments in the 1AC that almost crashed my word. What is the significance of these definitions?
Oh, every word that you seem to take in a single sense also has another sense. They're all puns.
Okay, what's the implication of that?
I mean, we've just demonstrated punceptual cognition.
So
It's not like
you've
an
demonstrated,
implication.
you've demonstrated that. Okay, we'll take the rest as
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Sending it out. Should be forward then case. Yeah, should be sent. Cool. Anyone not ready? You only more time per prep.
We'll watch for it.
Yeah. Could you all just give me a verbal confirmation if you are ready? Okay, I got it. Cool. Has anyone else gotten the doc?
We got it.
Cool. Anyone not ready? Everyone stops me in the next 3 seconds verbally. In order to win the ballot, affirmatives must at least defend hypothetical implementation of a topical plan. The United States federal government is the 3 branches established by the Constitution. Webster 76 federal government of willing to such a government of a nation to swing from government of the constituents unites in water protection requires governmental regulation, limiting behavior restrictions in the water protection requires regulations and regulation of process. Especially implies defining the activities and use of the water protection on conditions of the water system. Prohibition the conditions or limitations of which define allowed impact on water system and its exclusive regulation must come from the U.S. subject. No, the singular is not the kind of the USA and the singular. In the sense of being the 50 states, this does not require the use of any particular style, type of evidence, causes you not to speak about trauma or an assumption about the role of the judge. The topic is element on content to determine the subject matter. 2, impacts 1, fairness. Their interpretation explodes limits and allows apps to monopolize the moral high ground. The lack of a stable mechanism lets them radically recontextualize the app and erase that ground via permutations. Fairness is good in prior debates. The game requires effective competition and negation, which makes their offense inevitable, cutting next to every possible app. Wrecks small schools, which has a disparate impact on under-resourced and minority debaters. 2, clash inability to rigorously scrutinize the app, treatment foreclose the testing and improvement of the AF mechanism. It makes debate a monologue presume the AF falls because they may just be winning because we couldn't prepare. We don't mandate one form of argument but prioritize process over content because individual rants don't shape charity, but rather process of engaging in well-covered debates over the course of the season outweighs. Next off, and I endorse the entirety of the AF except in the instance of the Clean Water Act and RODIS. The United States federal government should substantially increase the protection of water resources in the United States by adopting the significant nexus for defining waters of the United States as competitive. The AF is positioning itself in opposite to water managerialism and dictative language. The one you see cross-text was clear that they think the status quo protection of water is bad. Close level water protection elsewhere, entire ecosystems and biodiversity measure 19 bigger water protection and redefine the Buddhist. Just restrict the CW, the jurisdictional limits for limited 90% of the way, 78% what lies in fact we have to trade each. Niggers open to compatibility agreement with the product part of the major with the Congress moves the water system more than 50% of rivers and streams for the cultural losses in the south acres about lies over lunch dry on superfly habitat extinction hovers 19 the US at the water is a world center for pressure of biodiversity huge for idea is essential environmental human life with different plants and animals from several organisms toxic nutrients the wildlife of the importance of oxygen disease protection against sources and climate change over food supply need biodiversity. Next off, their radicalism merely entrenches leftist cynicism. Their Pearson action devolves into apathy and forever delays imagination and construction of new worlds program. 15. The left are rendered powerless because we enact to be fair becoming just at least in this system something to but this is being to this believe the show and just music and also knowing what remain apathetic towards action politics and so plastic they want us to left and believe in the make the left hand calling on the public left such as more and also that is possibilities radical change for authentic on dark position the rest of the political participation right to with the effect of forever delaying change and freedom isn't the product of power relations but must be built through collective organized action. They mystify material constraints on freedom. Senator Williams the 15th Hablas was the negative freedom freedom for the state and the freedom to sell our labor, they said but they come out of impossible to achieve real liberation and only in the real right real means that basic capitalist program maximizes the freedom of flourishing the humanity and other expensive collective rising how take skepticism is very enforced the navigation of the capacity expansion freedom the basic freedom is not civil cooperation by the call for collective immunity self-determination that's not we can take material without freedom is so then national underlying separation of humanity is transferred to the hypothetical experimentation that is on the human as what we are and we can become the project we know what we know this is not a question of liberation as a core what must be articulated when this woman advance the possibility that the project protocol help human at all costs and capitalism causes extinction climate change global war and fashion. Mr. Robinson fitted the statistical project break under capitalism delicate habitat the particular also agriculture is with abilities of system education ecological emergency production project budgets the possible pollution and marches of social contribution industrial complex of police and applications for example in this on short research and military exploitation home with mobilization recent mobilization the fashion normalize the violence of the ultra form of the party escalante for the organizing the reach these membership is just making holding members accountable action for education the communist organized by members of liberation the former secretary life for local side for also very good the communist strategy ensure women's consistency case. Vote negative on presumption. The F is completely descriptive in nature and prescribes no method or reason that voting F is good. Descriptive as justified normative statements like the sky is blue if their scholarship is the only reason to vote F, then there's no reason why the ballot is key and extinction outweighs bomb and bread. 18 cuts some kind of more important than the same many can laws of all future should have children maybe another aspect of policy and I have to try that would be children that are defend the goal because the personalized strongest arguments for all human dollars should be evaluated equal to philosophy because the family which considers the one respect for society they respect there's members they happen to be following and policy research about water rights is desirable analysis of problems, research, and debate can meaningfully improve water rights as a part of non-linear process. Struggle brought all the policy about the policies on state and laws and important of the analysis of research and institutional backing of elements of the water sector the process result of ongoing negotiation between the actor water research and the social process which is connected to the reforms require the economic institutional system law and economic process of the struggle the Pacific human of all the people is capable and the affirmative fails realism is true inevitable dairy who 14 of the whole arrangement that prevents a collective bias correction in pregnancy real possibility global structure like that nuclear capability says that could be paramount consideration second when setting up this security so makes it to be more than has to be make this the same situation to little close of property engage in wars even if the loose become less egotistic and power seeking and refusing to accept determinate meanings of language doesn't destabilize language or prevent violence instead it seizes control over the meaning of language of those who would commit atrocities. Kettles 96. Intellectuals that neutralize a good and evil in the independence of nature is not possible. We are all responsible for what happens to the world spirit, the social concepts, the success of not seeing companies which have to reinforce with the concept of human speech in the conscious through the positioning of linguistic the linguistic environment, linguistics insidious seduction to sounds about sexual nihilism on pronounce specific linguistic relativism to solid the rescuing the help us in the partners the same outside of heading moral categories words become these either for good or for intellectuals are answerable for the ethics of the world and a statement reaction and analysis and deconstruction is utopian prevents effective action wordy actually scratch that. Voting affirmative necessitates utilizing every procedure they critique. Evaluating the debate requires an subjective frame for language. Some rational standard for what arguments are better. Only making these procedures clear upfront can allow for fruitful discussion. Feature 11. The performative self-verification occurs when the arguments are precursors in the forms that means which is performed by human mistake for the effective language. One decisions the usual sense with certain the process of subject and linguistic ontology. The lack of penalties and improve that we will not be matter narratives. Just the logic logocentric reason that they respond to have. Because the logocentric reason is it could not be crossed out because of the reason as operators in this presentable framework of the vehicle of deconstruction stopping both ways who would know how the deconstruction was as a parasitical which endeavors to dismantle the deconstruction by revealing itself as a logocentric multi-disclosure shop in the circle we can pronounce on a single destructive proposition which is not only had to slip into the form for of what it seeks to contest on the postmodern anti-Semitism self and manipulation future postmodern nothing less than reason. The reasons of self-cannibalization can only result as a dreadful irrationalism. I'll send this card out later. One sec. Discourse focus destroys agency brand. No one that speaks closely debates about the most usual agency would inform and have the opportunity for political responsibility. His personal hostility to political direction is the aspiration of question moralistic approaches speech rather than offering this action no forces injustice even the manifestation of these forces which particular governments of politics no revolution the despair the effect of change that more significant lives how they represent social injustice remain unarticulated and unaddressed. Cool. I'll send that card out in the chain. Cool. Should be sent. I'm good.
Just waiting for Drew to get that. Oh, got it? All right, cool. Okay. The disad, I hedge my bet anti-hedge. Where do you think the AF is anti-hedge?
We didn't read the hedge DA.
Oh, you didn't. Okay. Where do we say protection is bad?
The 1AC cross-X was clear that you don't like sort of
When?
advocate for protection in terms of like
Wait,
implementing some sort of action.
That's different than the mechanism for competition that you set up in the 1NC.
Why would that be?
Because you said
I don't think
the
the
AF
1NC sets up a
disagrees
rigid
with
method.
You said that the AF disagrees with status quo protection. The AF not doing protection. First of all, we do protection, but even under that assumption that the AF doesn't do protection, why does that make the counterclaim competitive?
Sorry, what's the question?
How is it competitive? Like you said that the AF disagrees with status quo protection. I want you to tell me where.
Cross-X was clear that you don't defend normative protections in terms of right. Jacob's like second question, whether the affirmative defends protection of water
We said
resources.
we
The answer
it's
was
protection.
we do, but not normative water protections insofar as like
Okay.
what we've identified in terms of
Okay,
the
wait,
United States federal government adopting significant nexus.
Descriptive. Wait,
think
wait.
that's a
Okay.
good
I guess
idea.
this gets to the larger point of the cross-ex questions, which is like you've characterized the AF as descriptive. We've made a prescription of protection. We just explained it conceptually. So why does your offense about the AF being like descriptive of the world apply?
I'm unsure where you think you have made a prescriptive claim or what like you
All
think
of the
voting
lines
act
are
does.
prescribing protection. They just interpret them differently based
That
on
is, all of those are descriptions of what those words mean.
They're what? Okay. The only definition on framework that takes into account the possibility of the pun is this like upgrade. It's the last one, the definition of it's. It talks about the different senses that we could interpret like federal government in. Why is that definition or that sense of the word uniquely good?
It's in the resolution. It's
Yes,
the
the
resolution
word is
says
in
the
the
United States federal
resolution.
government should
We've interpreted
increase
the
protection of
resolution
its-
conceptually.
If you go for this argument that like the words can mean other things, we've had very specific definitions of what the words mean.
So
in the
our whole point of offense is that we should not use strict definitions and instead use the pun.
Well,
That's
we
fine.
think we should.
Yeah,
the cap
that's
K-
obviously
wait,
the
wait,
point
wait.
of disagreement.
The cap K, the structuralist argument. How do you know that an A is an A and not a B? Like we all have different forms of handwriting. How can you like recognize the letter A?
What do you mean? I know how to read. Like,
That's it.
what's the
Yeah,
question?
okay. All right, cool. Did you say anything about new apps?
No.
Okay, the deconstructive stuff. How does this thesis apply to? Oh, really? Okay. All of this stuff about like extinction outweighing bureaucracy. Like we talked about like language, right? We talked about like what we're saying in this round. How does any of this other stuff, like the counter plan, the cap K, how does any of that implicate our thesis about?
We think there's a
words we're saying
trade-off, right?
now?
The way you approach the world and the epistemology you have forwarded prevents success
talking about,
of
like,
both the counter plan and the
I'm talking
alternative.
about the linguistic practices in
Right,
debate.
links to the cap K, use of significant nexus good, both competitive.
All right, present it. Case counterplan KT. Just thumbs up and everyone's good.
Could you give the order one more time?
Case counterplan KT. Are you good now? All right, perfect.
Argument is grounded in the fact that modern linguistics relies on an outdated Newtonian scientific mode that privileges explicitness at the expense of sonicity. Unlike physics, in which two bodies may not occupy the same space, language is a material in which two words are capable of supporting two mutually exclusive meanings simultaneously. The punzip is an inevitable feature rather than a defect of the long that enables a linkage of signifiers to set a sound rather than concept. Remember, language is a system of signifiers, not science. What this means is that the concept doesn't proceed as articulation in language, i.e. the reason water became water is because the sign doesn't sound like protection. This means that pun, whether we know or not, actively contributes to the inner workings of the language because the unconscious is not a transparent language for signified or impaired, but it's structured by a punning language where sound is served as a second relay. The impact is a form of linguistic fascism that manifests in the desire to iron out the parameters of society within neat categories as well as racial hierarchies in spiritual deprivation as groups are policed under the guise of clarity. The one I see, on the other hand, was an example of conceptual linguistic encounter through which saw connections and conjugate the concept of abstract meter to fundamental acknowledgement of this inevitable feature of language that enables us to make most of it. One, A's point, we are transforming the status of this discourse in the hierarchy of the university, taking its position from the object of study to the subject of knowledge to be applied, directing problem solving as we take the things like the concept that are order mentalized and claim that as foundation will do that to debate as a communicative activity, self-help guide or pragmatic approach. B styles good key to turn to research. 1 and T2, resolving things better. 2 warrants exponent speed. Problem solving is inhibited in the information age with the explosion data. Puns are a device for relating 2 elements with the least effort by suspending the author's intention while also traveling at the greatest speed because we were able to connect 2 words previously thought to be unrelated through its sound under the normative linguistic B-forms response communication with high probability through more clarity just leads to less understanding because we already have a cognitive bias of what to expect. However, puns are low probability, which is above, which enables us to generate more foundational responses as we were forced to confront previously unknowable languages. 1 and T3, the inventio, the 1 and T is flawed. They attempted to interpret the app conceptually, which is why none of their stuff applies to this. Also demonstrates a linguistic bias that attempts to absent the pun when it's just as central primary as concepts. The parts of language which have been traditionally considered to be ornamental actually must be centered, which is the whole point of the app. 1 T4, we don't have to win international claim about global states of realism. 1 T5, puns are incredibly specific and liberatory and a structural prerequisite. Think of this radical transformative potential we found in things like songs, hip hop, and poetry that have been useful outlet for minorities, which also turns to CAPK. 1 and T6, anytime they are trying to set a binary between conceptual and conceptual thought is wrong because conceptual thinking is always in some sense conceptual, vice versa. Concepts are managed being changed by conceptual thought. 1 and T7, discourse is prior to political action. Only our study of ambiguity enables us to catch these kinds of loopholes, but ambiguity needs to be a legitimate category that we can study, which is currently denied in linguistics. The counterplan at the top from growth, we never position ourselves as anti-water management. 1 and T crosses was not clear on this at all. Link is not unique, greater until rapid change the way the courts of the EPA define jurisdiction. CWA differences currently apply because courts for HT interpretation of regular statute. Court applies to court scheme, which is court choose a bigger statute to avoid interpretation of the race constitutional problem, not equipped to make judgments for courts for agency where the result may need to experience determinations over what land the capital is. Something like capital between 1 Marxism should be read as an attempt to close off the text of economics under the guise of deeming puns as a mere distraction for the ultimate goal. Not only will this fail, but they believe that it will succeed, creates obsession to overcome this fundamental lack that fosters revolutionary burnout and party fraction. We blame the others for our inevitable failures because puns is an inevitable feature, not defective language. Second is turn, we are more pragmatic than you. Ace points the rejection of linguistic focuses to first possibility encounters, which demonstrates commitment to purging with expression of art and poetics when police. This results in KGB style policing that calls at the mind and Marxist ecocide, emblematic of the USSR polluting the air, sea, killing animal species. These points to deem the pun as just a simple joke, just links to all of our offensive and linguistic theories. Puns usually seen as coincidence and marginal form of wit, but they unwork the difference between the two as an exemplary part of language by showing us the function of language in a way that acts retroactively. These points, puns have an effect on our thoughts and actions, even we don't consciously intend them to. This means that only the inclusion of sonics within our decision making enables us to recognize an inevitable feature that can be productive, utilized rather than simply ignore, which just contributes to more confusion and decision power. That cements status quo. Draws these three firm to both language and force material actions we undertake because the world is manufactured by every form of utterance. Force the alt fails to solve the app. Ace points possible systems are to that takes a gun. It would be the worst idea. Just leads to more beast mode with impact from the repression. The only radical part of the 1 to see that is its stray mates, incomprehensibility that may lead to confuse their attempt to control these constructions within concepts rather than concepts. It's a form of co-option that leads to Stalin appropriating Marx. These are need for iron down Korean political vision turns to offense. If the pun is anti-capitalism, account 13 capitalism the excessive difference appropriate surplus fighting had the effect of producing excessive enjoyment. Subject to remain alienated from their own enjoyment. Acceptance plus multiple detours, erect barriers to subject cannot conserve its own enjoyment because enjoyment is only outside the door that we want to close on it. Puns exemplify the same process. The pun makes a direct connection to disparate ideas by shortening past limiting the excessive detours. Pun creates an economical path between 2 ideas manifest an excessive enjoyment. Enjoyment is to be attributed to economy of psychic physical expenditure or joys produce an excess produce what the subject enjoys. Joke short of like the drive patch and the detours focus and team to capitalism because it comes to depend on serving connection between ideas rather than facilitating the subversive capitalist economy with basis in this could be escaped side of action one economized to enjoy rather than to accumulate T or G at the top. First uniqueness. Ever since the office debate, we are indoctrinated into a cultural bias, favoring explicitness and condemns ambiguity as bad debate and claims of procedural fairness are merely regurgitations of standardized judging procedure that sacrifice the opportunity for radical thought. You should correct to inflate our impacts upon procedural as a whole because every bad second as we meet, we have taken a sonic approach to revolution. Nothing about the text suggests its meaning is the basis for its predictability and all of our offense being aimed off that theory's counterpretation to actually be able to take the view of the resolution sonically, not just receptually. There's a net benefit of our study of simplicity starting the resolution as a prerequisite to any kind of analysis of resolution because this study analysis to both maximize the subversive possibilities but at the same time to avoid conservative redeployments. All these turn their impacts as every issue comes too slow to solve into the model of communication that was all stuff done a case for its defense. Exploit can never predict the meaning of the text. Small new after the TLC under anticipated legal avenues, specific solving mechanism, non-topical advantage, ambiguous pain writing. All these mean the inherent ambiguity of the resolution statement skills are ground just as much if we win our thesis. Peace point. Switch our debate means you have 2 arguments. Debate us be anti-educational because it cites legal processes, fairness, news, and inevitable because of school speed and resources. 5, there's an A for it. This set extend 1 to see verse. Ace points, the rules themselves are ambiguous, particularly within an argumentative setting where to argue is an auto antonym that could mean you support or disagree with the position. This means that their appeal turns the judge to his gatekeeper, subjugating knowledge that they reduce his community down to a rulebook, stripping the value that comes to play. This means you should reject debate as a purely a game. Otherwise, it creates a literal incentive to maintain the status quo and quotes to cutting more dissent scenarios. So you're under the frame winning it as a primary goal. 5, 6 is futurity. This said the future of a text is never closed as per for Omar, even if they have liberatory intentions. Intention is radically secondary to the sonic aspects of speech. Examples like Nietzsche getting co-opted by Nazis demonstrate that language is a system of signifiers, not signs, that is based on homophonic properties as a prior point of motivation. The impact is fascistic lash out has become disciplinary everything ever appropriation or work towards other ends, leading to scapegoating tribalism and turns debate into a battleground for boundaries and limiting out sonic aspects of debates and Eurosonic mode of discipline. 15 sonic material experiences of voice and every independent culture means contributed sound and activates associated voice and visuality. Voice is secondary importance to meaning. For 17 naturalized voice to understand that naturalized meaning is Euro-Western concept. One is the idea of voice to guarantee your true self. One speaks of an idea that the voice expresses identity coupled with the sonic aspect of separate with subordinate to reference causes. Assumption that relies modern linguistic response to their own ability, subject to the voice as an access disrupt self-reference to the boundary routine. You have to return voice material vocabulary central European modernity subject to the European alignment judge themselves by differentiating the language purified of necessary appropriation, privilege, and rationality. This boundary is never recursive language driven to animal may have streamers can always stated excessive on powers vocabulary controlled by authority mammals vocal process on modes of distance can be naturalized meaning technology to wanted powers possibilities voice separated from their original bodies and vocal processing have to be limited individual expressing artistic domination gives a sense of instead of constituent power and emphasizes vocal practice naturalized modes of discipline less by expressing meaning than about generating power through orienting itself speakers may different kinds of relationships to their own voice tended textual techniques of voice allow scholars to exploit the hegemony of technical that is premised on explicitness is a violent form of subjugation. Conquer 13-2 domains of knowledge one effective the map one body powerful struggling to pull up in a binary opposition dominant way of knowing in the academy. This pairing observation is shadowed by knowing activating in performance bargaining on the sides of reasons and press otherwise no reviewing body experience orality though other science information they're eligible leading the forces that would make them legible. The Western routines of knowledge finds research of meetings that expressing forceful through integration that currently experience of future of communication more repeat around the approach expressing lecture transparency of clearing direct communication based on level playing field the brain fragmented expression similar to people experience in broad field literary experience of control queen cards passports of restaurants deportation textuation power law first back and subjects to trouble military English law hegemony text music undermine text and represents Western knowledge just by racing action under two factional intentional fundamental fetish of the virtual block cramming sterling communication for diversity shadow of violence lay people creating culture resistance instead text repertoire performance practice positivity and antic words in the communicate they have to understand so by 3 things by drive to objectify way no supporting people that ignore trimming the textual fetish against a white person voter no man mimicking textual inclusion of the base style subjectivity so first double holding for the potential undermining powers.
Mark the conquer good card up for undermining the power.
So what's the author of the card you marked?
Conquer good.
Sorry, what was the name?
Conquer good.
Conquer
at
good?
Invasive power.
Okay, I got it.
Was it at invasive power or was that something else?
Potential for undermining power.
Potential. So right after that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. You good?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to talk about how case interacts with framework. You made this argument that like words have multiple different meanings in terms of how we interpret them, correct?
Yeah, unlike in physics, where two bodies may not occupy the same space, language is a material under Einsteinian science in which the two same world
Yeah, okay,
in
that makes
words
sense.
are capable of spreading two
Not too good at
meanings.
physics. So next question. Why does that matter if you haven't counterdefined any of the words in the resolution?
Our whole point is that we meet the resolution. There's no point in the debate rulebook that says that you have to base the resolution into predictability based on the literal meaning of the text. Any reason for that violation just
Right,
means
we agree that like framework
conceptual
is not
thinking.
necessarily a rule that's written into rule books, but like we've argued why our like form of debate is desirable, right?
The whole
If you have
1AC
not
is a counter
counter-defined
definition.
words.
Right. The whole
Yeah.
1AC is a counter definition of the resolution insofar as we've interpreted every word conceptually. Your
Okay,
definitions
where
rely
in the
on
1AC
wait, Raid.
have you
Your
conceptually
definitions,
counter-defined like any word in the resolution?
all of them, all of the puns are a form of conceptual cognitive
Where?
linkage from the words in the resolution to their sonic meanings. That's
Okay.
the argument that Ulmer's making, which I don't have to re-explain here because the argument that the answer to your question is where have you redefined them? We agree that the words and the definitions that you have used are part of the resolution. Our argument is that those words also hold other meanings.
Right, what other meanings
specifically
have
like the
you
Einsteinian
like
sense.
prescribed
That's
to the
1AC.
resolution?
That's the 1AC.
Where in the 1AC? Do
Every
you
single word
prescribe them?
used, every single word used in the tags of the 1AC are
Just-
words
Okay, give me in the
connected
1AC
sonically from
where?
the resolution.
Where in the 1AC do you define protection?
Punning off of protection, punning off of resources, punning off of water, all of the words themselves, like the puns that are in the
1AC just
1AC,
doesn't have that.
all have those like watery pun meanings. Like the point of the 1AC is to create a sonic linkage to the resolution rather than a conceptual
right,
one.
but
And that's where your argument is running aground here.
I don't
Which
understand
is that like you're
where
like
you access
unable to
Zach,
conceptually
ask a
analyze the
question,
1AC the way that you design the way that
Zach,
you want to.
that still doesn't like
Because
Answer
you
my
think that
question in
defining
terms
a
of
word,
if other
Raid,
meanings exist.
Raid, because you think that defining a word is a conceptual process.
Okay,
We've said
if
it
we
is
win that rigid
conceptual.
definitions, Zach, if we win that rigid definitions are desirable,
You
right?
won't.
If we do,
Groove, go
is there
ahead.
anything else we need to win?
You need to win that a conceptual analysis in debate is undesirable. And that
Does a conceptual
we
analysis
shouldn't also include a sonic aspects of the way the
and
word
rigid
operates.
definitions exist under conceptual analyses?
The way in which status quo academia is conceived, the drive towards explicitness, we will impact her.
What? That doesn't answer my question. Can we have
Yes, it
rigid
kinda
definitions
does.
under conceptual analysis?
Rigid static definitions and their drive towards explicitness doesn't ever leave space for the way that
Okay, so the answer is
ambiguity
no.
and sonic aspects of
All right.
words operate.
That's
That's
fine.
what we're impacting.
No. 10 minutes.
Okay, I have some questions because it cut out at a few points for me. So after the futurity dissad, what word, can you just like go through each argument you made so I can confirm that I did not miss anything?
Sure. After I did the futurity dissad, I just read those two cards.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought there may have been something in the middle. Thank you.
You're welcome.
5:15. There's no cards. The order is T and then case.
Did you say T in case?
Yes. Okay. Is anybody not ready? Oh, the camera's off. Okay. If anybody's not ready, stop me now.
In order to win the battle of fairness, let's have an instrumental defense of the resolution. The impact is fairness. It's the only intrinsic benefit of a debate because all the other reasons is valuable can be garnered from other venues. It means the opportunity cost of sacrificing fairness is always higher than anything else. Debate inherently judges draft arguments as true, which incentivizes runs to the margins and defensive of truisms that can never be negated. It outweighs everything. Filter their offense. We debate this game. It's proven by speaker points, ballots, wins, brackets, and panels. We don't have to necessarily believe in the things we read in each round. i.e. going for a spark in one round, more the next, but we only do so because it wins the base. So we're all the judge whoever is better debating. Anything else is arbitrary and self-serving. The first two we see argue. The first two we see argument is the uniqueness argument. There is no this will be answered more on the we meet, but we agree that words can have multiple meanings, not necessarily that they should in the context of the resolution, which are two distinct things that should not be conflated. The next argument is fairness bad. You should not err in the affirmative on every question because fairness might be bad. It's illogical. It's answered by the stuff I did in the overview. It's a prior question to the reading of the app itself because it begs the question of whether or not it could have been contested in the first place, which means that you shouldn't weigh any of the linguistic offense against the framework. The meet argument, they do not meet. Words may have two meanings, and it may be good to deploy those two meanings, but only we have legal definitions that define resolutional words in the context of the resolution itself, which means that those definitions can never solve predictability and do not solve the limits or ground argument because legal definitions are what guide the preparation of the target. All of their offense isn't unique because even if those two definitions exist and they should be deployed, that's not what teams look to when determining how they prepare for the topic. The next argument is the predictability stuff. It is good. This will be on the counter interpretation below, but this links to their counter interpretation harder because either they solve the predictability better or they don't solve it at all. They make debates predictable for themselves by reducing every negative strategy. The counter interpretation is the sonic resolution. It doesn't solve our offense. There's infinite ways to do that. Proven by the multiple meanings of word causes infinite permutations of meanings of the resolution, which is an untenable research burden for the negative. It's not predictable. Was above there's two impacts. First is limits the resolution negotiated, announced, advanced, and chosen for depth of controversy. Changing the topic structurally favors the app by manipulating the balance of breadth. There's infinite the scholarship to draw from morning when he sees debate that resolutional tethers face diminishing returns on depth because the idea of a competitive incentive to choose less controversial positions, which combined with the ability to switch after nullify strategies make specific the research impossible and disincentivize engagement. That's key to nuance engagement. Stable advocacy lets us write complex strategies ahead of time instead of being forced into generic. Second is ground. The resolution is designed to fairly divide half and they ground core controversies, actors, and mechanisms generate in-depth debates across the season. Non-topical apps destroy that. Their interpretation allows apps to cement infinite profit advantages by choosing descriptive the value statements that can't be proven wrong. Teams have competitive incentives to monopolize the moral high ground to the sides of clash. Absent a consistent single plan, there is no sufficient condition for negative victory because they can always win on the part of the one EC. We don't disprove the net. There's no net benefit to the counter interpretation. Our offense outweighs because fairness is a prior question. The next argument is new args that the TOC non-unique limits. One limit should be viewed on a sliding defining skills, so you should vote negative to maximize them. 2 is that those arguments are still tied to the resolution, even if there are a lot of them. Our argument is that there's a unifying thing that makes those arguments fundamentally predictable for teams to be able to respond to, which is the internal link to all of our offense. The next thing, this switch debate, it's good and it solves their offense because it allows for conceptual analyses of the different definitions of the resolution, i.e. affirmative teams defining the resolution in one way, and then negative teams counter defining that resolution. It solves their offense better. It solves their offense better because negative teams are able to prepare for what I've seen in the first place, which is an internal into the engagement stuff I just did. Fiat is next. It's not bad in clashes. Fiat is not bad. Clash is a bigger internal link. It's to subject formation than individual rounds because there's so many other factors like our families, friends, and political orientations that over determine all extent the clash impact here. Debate's unique because we negate what we affirm, forcing us to confront our own assumption is good because debates leftism means racist and sexist debaters forcing me non-racist arguments to respond to plans which build self-reflexivity, forces contestation of predisposed understandings towards the world. Predictability is good because it means more people are willing to clash with an understanding with your arguments rather than resorting to exclusionary or absolutist impulse when they are faced with complete newness. Only the process of researching and thinking about topics beforehand is an internal link to subject formation. The next argument is fairness is non-unique. One is that fairness is non-unique because of structural fairness. One is that it is non-unique now, so their interpretation cannot solve this. So their interpretation can solve it. So it's only a question of how you can maximize predictable engagement for teams. They dropped a small schools dissad. The world of their interpretation is teams like GBN and NBA and the GBN and NBA cutting thousands of apps with no resolution or linguistic tether, which is impossible to negate an independent piece of offense. That's a reason to vote negative. Second is procedural. The fairness is a prerequisite to all of their offense and to structural fairness because equal access is worthless without an equal opportunity of victory. The next argument is that viewing debate as a rule book is bad. One is T is obviously not a rule. It's a norm that we think is good. They have no the defense of selective violation of norms, i.e. not disclosing the 1AC, the sending out evidence and then reading evidence in conventional fashions, but violating the resolution is not the one rule that they get offense off of. 2 is that we have not said debate is holistically a game and nothing else. We agree can have other values and other consequences assigned to that game, but it is first and foremost fundamentally the game. The next argument is the futurity dissad. There is no link to this, and our interpretation solves it. Because it doesn't exclude alternative interpretations of what words might mean. It just necessitates defending action in the context of the way words are defined in the resolution, which is what we have said is the most predictable internal link. They can read the same 1AC with their definitions and not get the ballot, which solves all of their offense about the linguistic fascism because there's no actual exclusion besides losing the ballot, which just proves all of their offense, but they won't accept it because they rely on fair education of arguments too. The next argument is the Weidman evidence that limiting sonic interpretations are bad. I just answered this. Our interpretations does not limit out sonic interpretations of the resolution. It does not limit out sonic interpretations of the resolution because you can still counter define any word so long as you defend topical government action. The second is the TVA solves all their offenses. The United States federal government should establish public trust for water in the United States with advantages about definitions of public trust and what waters would be covered, allows for different interpretations of those waters while still defending hypothetical government action, solves their offense. We don't need to win. It solves the F. Just it allows access to the literature base where they derive their offense from and proves the method isn't exclusive. 1AR dissents are negative arguments that can be read and allow for debates over the best strategy. The next argument is the congregate evidence. It's non-unique because they can't solve those textual definitions that people look to now because they're what people view as the most predictable, but they can redefine the way they approach the topic, which is our entire argument case. Voting AF doesn't do anything to change structures of linguistic fascism that describe now as they describe them. It doesn't change by voting in the AF because those definitions are already ingrained within language. People read words a certain way and come to understand that they mean certain things, which is why the question about the not understanding what letters means is silly because we have fundamental predispositions to what we think words means in certain contexts, which means that they can never change definitions of words in those contexts, which is a reason why. Which is a link to the fairness argument on framing. No reason why they don't solve that. Or the answer is that the ballot is key to research. It's the quote one. It's a question of which model you endorse, not specific research strategies. Voting act does not endorse research of specific affirmatives, nor make us internalize those apps, which means that people don't view words as other definitions post app, but it does encourage more chaos, which was the framework argument. Second is that you should vote negative to remedy unfairness in this debate.
It's like 5 seconds left. I'm good.
What about the resolution tells us that what matters what matters is what the sentence literally means as opposed to the way it sounds?
Well, so what do you mean?
What about the resolution tells us that
Okay, so
what matters is what the sentence literally means rather than the way it sounds?
okay, so the argument that we're going to make is that those two things are it's inevitable when you hear like the way that the resolution will sound.
Why is it so inevitable?
Necessarily the same as what it means, because if you like say the resolution, even if
Why?
Because
Yeah,
people hear
I don't
words-
understand the warrant for this argument.
people hear words and think they mean things. We
Okay, so
define
sonic
what those
aspects
words
do.
mean and
So
what
sonic
everybody
aspects.
agrees.
Wait, so if I'm hearing this thing correctly, sonic aspects do influence how we interpret the resolution. Is that correct?
I'm confused what that means. We think that
Okay.
we have a
Do you
defense.
Do you think it's a question of model v models today, or the ballot and what it does in this one round?
I mean, it could be both. Like voting negative could
Be both.
Yeah, it could be both. Like voting negative would resolve unfairness in this round and also disincentivize chaos in the future. There's no reason why they're exclusive.
How does it disincentivize chaos in the future? Chaos have been losing for years. So in what ways does deterrence true?
That's a great argument. Okay, our argument is that debaters are motivated by what wins, which means that arguments that lose more.
Okay, how about this? What do you think? What are the value to the debates that your model has that we necessarily limit out? What is the value of those debates?
The value to those debates? I don't think
Yes.
we made well, the clash stuff I did kind of answers that, but I don't think we made a larger claim that like debates necessarily have.
Okay, that doesn't. Okay, so then why is it good to have those debates? Why is it good to have those debates over what the resolution literally means? What is the value to those debates?
It's fair.
Why?
Okay,
Why?
one-
Oh, it's fair. That's the
Yeah,
argument.
Sure, but
What's
also
the terminal
the entire
impact to
clash
that?
argument. We think that debates without like resolutional tethers.
Okay, so what's the reason why clashing over those debates? What clash in those debates is good? Why is it good for that clash to happen?
It's good for clash to happen because we can challenge understandings that people might have about the world through.
So it's like a dog. So it's like a dogma impact. Become like more
It's kind of
self-reflective.
a dogma impact. It also allows for better strategy building, like finding better sonic strategies, which the TVA said.
How does it find better sonic strategies?
I'm really confused what you're asking. Like, why debate is valuable?
I'm asking what you just said. What you just said. The answer to my previous
Okay, we think
question was.
this will be the 1 and R. We think that debates over the resolution.
Okay, so as of the 2 and C, you do not have like a terminal impact or reasons why those are good. I'll have to wait for the 1 and R to get that.
I mean, the 1 and R is going to be reasons why we think debates over water are good, but I think that debates with clash rather than stale debates are.
Do you think you need to win why debates over water are good to win the framework debate?
No.
To win a clash argument?
To win a clash argument, no.
No, so just clashing over anything is good?
Yeah, like if we were able to clash over the AF, that could be good also.
Should be sent. K counterplan case. I realized I sent more than like 2 cards. If people want me to put that in a doc and resend it, I'd be happy to do that. If you don't care, that's completely fine too.
We don't care, but if the judges want it, it's fine
Yeah.
too.
Guess no?
It's really fine to put it in that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Cool. Is anyone not ready?
The critique is a test of competition. The critique premise is a test of competition, not going for it. They don't get any offense off it because all of their offense are resolving things like helpless accumulation will be disproven by presumption on case and requires the combination of the alternative in order to solve it, which means no offense, any one error. Extrapolation suspect needs to in our answer. The pick. So only implementing significant nexus can expand protections to cover key water resources. Else, no pollution locks in dead zones and biodiversity collapse outweighs on magnitude. Health risk indicates the link. The brink is now U.S. fish populations collapse spills over globally and cascades. Turns case things like language is weaponized in times of chaos for resource scarcities brought by biodiversity collapse would guarantee the implementation of sonic methods is 10 times harder. The 2EC1 is the permutation. First side, there are links or separate lessons, fight links, and re-articulate the affinity space, which makes the negative impossible. Second, no again, lack of stable context space. Plus, perms velocity have to sidestep and force choice between methods and simplify seems to be aware and improve velocity understanding. Thesis of significant nexus is that rigid definitions are good. Else, alternative interpretation devolves into things like Trump's clean water rule, which worsens pollution. That's Moser. We need to rigorously and strictly define waters of the United States. So entirety the aim towards specificity. They may have reasons why things like rigid definitions in the abstract are bad, but no defense or reason as to why rigidly defining waters of the United States specifically is bad. Shift your understanding of lake competition from materiality to philosophy across proves that rigid definitions cannot exist under their model, which we have read a dissad to. Solves the app because rigid definitions in this one instance are good. Else we should bet negative on presumption because they cannot change any material structures or rigid definitions outside of the round rich co-opsy affirmative solvency. The terminally defining significant nexus rigidly and waters of the U.S. is necessary for expanding permits. Protectionally, 21 the significant nexus for the support capacity should this use for the problems of the constitution among the because it's actually shows that is disturbed. Else meaninglessness and uncertainty prevents protection efficacy. Lead 21 court of the applicable water series because they did not discuss other holdings was the water clearly resolve the ambiguity. Opinion because it's all that challenge. But not like this sincerity has a movie challenge the water soul exclusion of ground rates on top of my cover significant litigation showing this extent of jurisdictional status of the ground and put that also consideration the Congress and observer saying of the flooders on the contribution of the federal water protection of water resources will remain. The next argument is about the link being non-unique. Doesn't assume the Sakis case evidence from 2014 link is unique and the compounds needed bracket show. Middle street demonstration on the CW has been house of flexibility that the challenge of the landscape the EPA proposal rule with codified the breach of 15 definition that will consist of changes that is like the roughness of the other Supreme Court the Congress position the research and second EPA with the next except for the proper separation with what is the work of the exactly roughness and the justice and the decision for the court could have been the rule making the counterpart solves the entirety of case. I do not think the 2EC set a solvency deficit or risk of the net benefit outweighs, but we can endorse things like sonic theorization abstractly, but significant nexus in this instant is good. They have no deficit to using our specific use for rigid language. Regardless, adopt sufficiency framing. The solvency deficits are unquantifiable, meaning the net benefit outweighs, extinction outweighs. This was on case. The bomb and Barrett evidence indicates that it's the most objective value. Anything else is a slippery slope and devolves into theories of white supremacy. One is magnitude, unethical to 8 billion people. To that, two is future value. The potential value of humans is numerous. The preserving extinction is a prerequisite of both our offense and theirs. Roth proves understanding these things can change institutions. So the no distinction between out there and in here institution because learning about water rights equips us with the necessary power and language in order to change institutions on a macro level in the context of institutional engagement for the counterplan. So that it is definitely solved case. First, presumption was in the 2NCB. The point is, metaphysical discourse focus of the agency of the app. It denies agency, extend the Brown evidence, debates about speech code, usurps substantive political response, turning political questions and moralistic ones, excludes valuable questions and mandates gentrification. The model of debate discourse insulates aspirations from questioning force of rationalization. Moralistic approaches kill critiques and fails to offer other counts of injustice. Obviously, they did not solve extinction. The only one is speed. People in power disregard appeals to moral consideration are driven by self-interest. They cannot change their considerations. Means realist thoughts and levers of power are inevitable. That's De La Rue. Means solving speed does not reverse causal nexus. The inequality DA kettle, the 1NC kettles indicates that intellectuals disregard good bads, disregard good versus bad words, which because there's a very theory Berkeley prep forwards in terms of multiple meanings via a word in terms of signs and signifiers reifies Nazi conquest where they get co-opted by alternative visions and versions of human speech causes linguistic skepticism and silence, which turns the thesis of sound. Anything else, Jacob? If I miss theory, reason to reject the argument,
T is a prior question. I don't think I did though.
10. $6.30.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Case CPT. Gonna stand from Drew. There's no cards. Cool. What? Addison, are you back? No, okay.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. Do you need the order?
Yeah.
Yeah, case CPT, no cards. All right. The pun is a central feature of laying concepts, economizes overuse of language to connect signifiers through sound rather than concepts, radically adapting our concept linguistics to new scientific world of quantum physics, a set of sounds hold mutually exclusive meanings. Simultaneously, we no longer live in a Newtonian linguistic world, one of explicitness and clarity, but instead one of sonic ambiguity. Quantum physics of light mirrors a pun in that one thing can have multiple identities. The unconscious structure like a language, but not a transparent one. Conceding the seasons of the unconscious, jamming for them, especially on the counterplane flow. It's structured like a punning language. Puns have an effect on our thoughts, even when we don't constantly intend them to, like with the connotation of words like wake, harbor, and tide. All their offenses inevitable when efficiency attempts to occur. Single interpretations fails and results in lash out because it goes against the tide of the unconscious, especially true in the context of counterplay, because their attempt to secure single definitions only inevitably fails because of different interpretations of those words that actualize themselves in the way that they engage with explicit laws. You should vote after as a study of ambiguity, the resolution, in order to maximize its subversive iteration, minimize hegemonic ones, using ambiguity as a place to move with and study language relationship to cognition. They say voting after doesn't change anything. Voting after doors of conceptual cognition. It motivates more conceptual cognition as fortuity cross-section. You should legitimize our reinterpretation of language in debate rounds because anything else has violent implications. They mishandle the Weidman's evidence of the 2AC. Sonics is an incredibly important part of debate. Sound and meaning are inextricably bound up with one another. The impact is the feminine voice. Women are caught up in debate as via visa sound of their voice. They're told you need to speak up and be more assertive, or they're told that they're being too loud. The problem is the way in the Western cultural imagination of sonics, of the male voice being more attached to meaning framework. Their framework argument says that we can separate the sonics from the meaning and make meaning above sonic, which attempts to cohere the feminine voice to the referent within the referent of the masculine voice. Frameworks of constituted vocal practice. Things like black vernacular sonics, accents of femininity are all beliefs according to the white male voice. They participate in the violent asonic assumption. Their interpret the resolution of words make the topic equally intelligible for everyone, which turns their fairness of the rest of the case up balance good because it reorients competitive studies towards new research smooth that methods that stuff I did above. Even if context can be used, concession of our unconscious thesis proves that these sonic relays still occur. Realism doesn't matter because speed still enables general populace crafting better solutions. That'll be on framework. The last arguments, puns are more pragmatic. Think of the radical transformative potential of it found in songs like hip hop and poetry. They've been used as a useful outfit for subjugated forms of resistance, which is the congregate argument. The counter plan extend the permutation. Ambiguity is inevitable and must be used as a form of study. Congregate impact towards this, and it should come first. They cannot change significant nexus policy, but their linguistic practices do result in a kind of violence within debate. The counterplay doesn't solve the case. That impact turn to all of it. All of their links are an epistemological literalism in the practices within debate, which results in violent forms of legal identification. That's congregate. They exclude subjugated illegible knowledge. Subordinate people do not have the privilege, explicitness, and luxury transparency. The presumptive norm of free and direct communication. Oppressed people everywhere must veil their meanings. You must pay attention to the message of their code and encrypted. Their defensive explicitness and action instruments of modern genocides, such as deportation orders and arrest warrants that subvert humans to hegemonic interpretation, which subjugates low other therefore form of knowledge. This is in the context of counterplan. This is the logic of indigenous genocide insofar as its hegemonic interpret water policy papers over otherwise forms of knowledge. This discursive violence is a violence happening within the speech they give, as the one in our said comes first. They haven't made any framing arguments, but debate is first and foremost communicative activity. Make our community violent, makes it harder for subjugated people to engage, which means they've come for any of the dissent impacts the T debate, the framework. So first, the debate is a communicative activity. The misconception of what communication even is. They are obsessed with total control of speech from a young age. We teach topics in explicit, clear jargon who articulate their meanings. We're saying that we must also recognize the ever-present conceptual cognition. They say they don't weigh linguistic frameworks, the counter theory of dialogue. They say we don't meet legal definitions, don't matter. Law also is ambiguous. That was the counterplay card we meet. We're pitching protection. Our defense, the resolution, word focused on their sonics. Their justification for their definition is, quote, the words were in the resolution. We agree. We should rigorously discuss the words of the resolution as conceptual. Ulmer's motivation. These turns are offense. There is no unarbitrary reason to interpret the sounds of res in a specific way, but there's always retroactive motivation to reinterpret the res. This makes all their offense structurally inevitable. The way the res is received by the listener means there's no matter how much to clarify, they achieve the opposite of their intent, which turns educational value. They say that there's infinite meanings. It's also true textual literalism because the pun one could easily offend any other definition of the words as T. Their offense is inevitable. We can never predict the meaning of a text, unanticipated legal avenue, specific solvency, mechanism, non-topical advantages, ambiguous plan writing, all under their argument. They say unifying thing makes it predictable for everything. That's our internal link to all of our offense. That was the 2NC argument. It proves that we need. They say no shape subjectivity. One is Jane Lang, two is Louisville. So that's the three is that we do debate at the expense of other things. Like on a Monday, the clash argument, we're a better clash. That's like a speed argument. We have more, and we now have more data than we know what to do with and need a faster way of processing it. Our argument is that information is associated not with order but disorder. The pun is a device of relating concepts faster because it travels greater conceptual distances, less chimes, and presents us with unpredictable possibilities. This enables an infinite speed to communicate, which means only the after result inevitable crises like climate change and war, because others are too slow to communicate, turns useful stuff, but also a dissent. Their argument, the future text is said it doesn't open it up to their argument is they don't exclude alternative meanings, but it doesn't open it up to aporia. It's different single definitions and different is different than our claim, which is that words are aporia. rhetoric and have infinite definitions. The future of a text is never closed. They are due preoccupied the intent of their authors. Words think of Nietzsche becoming co-opted by the Nazis, which is an apt example, by the way. Intention is secondary. This is the problem with political issues today. Focus so much on clarification that it paradoxically produces chaos. They are too slow to communicate, which turns framework that one's their own interpretation of a set of sounds coincides reality with bankrupt and frustration. It creates a frustration that results in lash out. This is case stuff. It creates K be ballsy, white be black off, binary offense. The TVA doesn't matter. No solvency advocates are lit, loose, states counterplan, courts counterplan. It's also terrible. It's still conceptual cognition. We're impact turning strictly defining the res and the TVA. It only operates with legal in terms of legal conquer good, which also impact the switch side because we impact turn the active definition.
Five 15. What do you say on Clash?
Yeah, our argument was that our clash is better. That was the information stuff, and that we impact turned your clash from the like strict definitionalism being bad.
You said the app solves Clash, correct?
Yeah, that was the stuff about like information and chaos actually
Cool.
holding more information.
Got it. Okay, let me stand up and I'll give an order. Okay, it's the PEG T case. Anyone need that again? No? Okay, let me get my flows. Okay. Is anybody not ready? Stop me if you're not good.
Significant nexus outraces and impact terms on their model of ambiguity. They may have reasons why deferring the words in the context of debate or context of violence is bad, but they have no defense that these two specific words are shown appear anywhere in the plan. You should evaluate the relative length differential between certain human extinction for voting affirmative versus the counterplan, which literally solves the entirety of the case because the two answers were made in the 2EC. Hold them to the 2EC. Drew blew it off and said two arguments. The first one was perm both, and the second one was linked non-unique. There were 5 arguments in the 1AR, which means that 3 of those arguments were new, so you should not evaluate new the 2AR arguments that will happen. The 1AR concedes sufficient framing, which means that any the risk that we are able to access some level of their offense has to outweigh because of risk of extinction, matters more. Even if we don't win, any risk of counterplan solvency kick us forward and vote on us as an impact turn to their method of debate. The first 1AR argument is permutation to both. One is mutual exclusivity. We have impact turn, the ambiguity in the 1EC. We think counter definitions are bad in this context. The 1AR read 3 pieces of evidence that uncertainty and ambiguity about this one specific legal definition is bad and causes extinction because they cause an increased environmental definitions. They may have offense based on other ones. They may have offense based on other words, but not those 2 ones specifically. 2 is the 1AR concedes that you shouldn't grant permutations in method debates. You should shift your understanding of link competition from materiality to epistemology. The 1EC has defended ambiguity being bad. The only way for us to respond to that argument is by impact turning their assumptions, which is their framework argument that we agree with. They say that we can't change policy violence that exists within debate. First is that this was the argument on case. We have impact turn we have impact turn the 1EC. So we should be held to the same bar of material solvency. Endorsing the negatives method of endorsing the entire 1EC except for significant nexus is preferable because it's able to access that offense. We obviously don't endorse the ambiguity of violence that occurs within debate. They have no reason why the counterpart links to this because it solves this by rejecting it solves this by doing the same exact thing the 1EC does only in the context of debate, but not in the context of significant nexus. 2 is the Roth evidence read by the 1AR was conceded and proves that informed debates about water policies do spill up to affect legal institutions, which means that voting has a material the chance to affect political structures. Legal structures are resilient. The next argument is that it endorses literalism in debate. This is an offense. I just answered this because the counterplan rejects those methods. It is a pick that had no solvency deficit in the 2EC, so they do not get new solvency deficits. So they do not get new solvency deficits in the 1AR. They say it's the logic of genocide and violence. The extinction outweighs debate here. I really do not think the 1AR answered this argument, which should frame your ballot because any risk of extinction has to outweigh even 100% risk of a solvency deficit. There were 2 warrants. First is the magnitude condemning 8 billion people to extinction for biodiversity loss is unethical because it assigns negative value to their lives, such as net more violence than you would be voting for if you voted affirmative. 2 is that it's irreversible, so they have to win 100%. The risk of that there's no material improvement in order to win. They drop the deterrence or impact by increasing linguistic violence within debate. By increasing linguistic violence within debate, they say we can't affect those. They say that ambiguity is inevitable. It may be inevitable in some context, but they have conceded the 1AR evidence that says that the court ruling is coming. That a court ruling is coming now, which is a resilient legal basis that is not inevitable. The 2AR will probably go off about some psychological explanations about why that inevitably fails, but only we are reading evidence that has a robust defense of why it will not be rolled back in the future and is legally strong. They have no evidence that says otherwise, so you should not allow it in the 2AR. T.
actually right. Did I miss anything?
Did you say perms, no perms and method debates?
Yeah. All right. T.
Yeah, cool.
Concede the we argument means that the F is water policy, which is another competition argument for the counterplan because it proves that they endorse the water policy, and we have picked out one specific instance of that water policy, which means there's no offense here. We're not going for T. It's in model of debate that we're no longer endorsing, which means they don't get residual offense. Cross applications rise to the level of new arguments, and we can see the clash stuff solves the raw stuff on the counterplan case. You cannot vote F when there is 100% of extinction and voting negative resolves it, and voting negative prevents it while resolving the vast majority of the 1AC. You can agree with the very use of other definitions or linguistics or bad and still vote negative because that's a model that we endorse. None of the case matters if we win the pick solves it, but I'll enter the residual offense that they may try to leverage against the alternative. The first argument is the feminine voice dissent. There is no is the feminine voice stuff. This isn't unique offense for this because because voting F does not change the way that people literally physically perceive people's voices. That's largely inevitable because that's ingrained in their subjectivities. Even if they change the definitions of certain words, that's not something that they're able to materially reverse. The same thing goes for Black vernacular. The 2 should not get offense based on those pieces because the counterplan solves it, and it's not something that they can do because it's inevitable. Gallup endorses the F that doesn't solve that. Sure.
6:30. Case and counterpoint. Everyone good? All right.
What's the order?
Just case then counterpoint. All right. Is everyone good? Great.
Continuing theory of the unconscious access thermal solvency deficit and offensive counterplay. Unconscious is not a transparent language or signified or impaired, but it's structured by a punning language where style is served as a psychic relay. What this means is that no matter how much they attempt to define the terms of significant nexus, it will never fail. They could have the most specific evidence in the world, but it's all just pure speculation that doesn't rise to the level of our thesis about language or puns are a never feature, rather than defective language. The power of the pun set is further demonstrated by the concession of almost thesis coming out of the 2 the future of a text is never closed, putting the negative in a really tough spot to win the debate, because it means that even if they have liberatory intentions for the counterplay, their inability to recognize the homophonic properties of speech makes accessing a solvency claim impossible. No matter how much you define the words, no matter how resilient the court is, we can never have confidence that the intention of a text will prevail, because intention is radically secondary. Instead, it produce the opposite of its goal. Proven by examples of the one era given, like Nietzsche getting co-opted by Nazis. This acts as both criminal defense and office. Every claim in Tunar because it creates a fascistic class out as the government becomes disappointed as its inevitable appropriation rather than this creates an environment of scapegoating that blames others for not understanding your true meaning, as we attempt to overcome an inevitable lack of the hard language that makes escalation and extinction even more likely, because we have not grappled with this fundamental lack of language. Only the puns of the one he can solve. These puns can have an effect on our thoughts and actions, even if we don't constantly attempt to. This means only the inclusion of songs within our decision making enables us to recognize it as a inevitable feature that can be productively pragmatically utilized rather than simply ignored with the counterplay, which just contributes to more confusion, decision paralysis that cements status quo atrocities under significant nexus. URFD must start with who has more holistic count of the way language operates, because they cannot win that you cannot win that your counterplay if you are operating under totally incorrect premises about how language and laws are written in the first place, which means all over often is a prerequisite for them. There's their only persuasive argument on case coming out of June, or some vague presumption argument they've conceded voting out can't change. That was all the conceded stuff about valid shipping research practices. The Louisville and Jen Lake example, which was all the conceded stuff done on framing the counterplay debate at the top. The Tunar might be good in explaining the specific warrants of evidence as to why ambiguity is bad in this instance, but it's not good at interacting with their thesis. Do not let them gaslight you to thinking that counterplay somehow solves the app, because we've impacted the basis for how that counterplay operates in the first place within the legal well. They didn't answer the argument well. The case solves the terminal impact to all their offense, which acts as another solvency deficit counterplay, and reason why extinction flips out. They have conceded the uniqueness question that the world has sped up in new ways that threaten our cognitive linguistic modes within the Einstein universe, which means we need new solutions, not constrained by explicit legal basis. The internal link, and when I are extended what speed this was on the frame, at the level of language, the pun is the device of relating elements with less effort, because they suspend the intention of the author, but at the greatest speed as it travels with less distance by connecting two words thought to be previously unbridgeable. This enables an infinite speed that makes solving problem issues more better, because we can now account for the Einsteinian model of the universe that defines the present. This just means the counterplay is just too slow at solving its proposed crisis, and the app's conceptual model of cognition is that are warming and war are happening too fast to be conceptually solved. Even if there are its conceptual problems to these solutions, you're not going to come up with one fast enough to be the only conceptual gesture to solve. Their evidence just purely speculative on whether counterplay is successful and doesn't assume a thesis means its specificity is irrelevant. Even if we lose the material rounding debate, you can easily vote on near-round crisis. This is an easy half. They have no zero extension of any framework arguments to evaluate offense. All they have is Utah. We have made the argument that all throughout this whole debate that what we're doing here is communicative, i.e. it doesn't spell beyond the bounds of language. Our we meet argument was based on reinterpretation of language, not admission that they get the link round they want, which was we never said one. This means their concession of T is very terminally unpersuasive. They've conceded the entire framework for viewing debate as communicative act to practice rather than literal mode of legal engagement, which means you don't have to reinvent the wheel on framework. Counter the concrete evidence turns account by they know frame argument as to why we should prefer strong facts, but they do in-round result in violence to competitors. The literal textualist epistemic practices exclude illegible knowledge. Subordinate people are able to communicate as effectively through the textual language of law, and this uses against them via the instruments of modern genocide such as deportation orders, arrest warrants, and hegemonic interpretation. This applies to the counterplay in the way they paper over indigenous definitions in relation to water by referring to legal definitions, which divides all into subjugative voices in their own debate practices. This is a dropped example of conscious counterplay is indigenous voices. Even with the spill of the body of politics of erasure, the indigenous modes of experience water, which proves we get a link to the specific counterplay. This indigenous genocide impact acts as a tiebreaker, since all the speed stuff I did at top proves we access the extinction impact better. Second is the wide evidence. The assumption of the counterplays that we can engage in text absent their cathartic implications. It's invalidly untrue for females in racialized bodies and courts in debate. The courts thing is important because it means it links thanks to the counterplay itself, the process of legal clarification within courts, it denies, ignores bodies who deliberate, but our argument is more about the implications of the Sonic State debate. The Western cultural imagination asserts the Sonics, the white male voice, asserting more about meaning and value. The attempt to separate meaning from Sonic delegitimizes the lives of things like women caught up between because of their Sonic presence. They are told you need to speak up or be more assertive. They're being told they're being too loud, and the Sonics of racialized bodies deemed unprofessional and unworthy. That's why you should interpret everything they do as a vocal practice rather than something else. They say we have offense based on other words, but not or to one specifically. Then they say they have to impact on our assumption. If it is true that they are impact to our assumptions, then we the logically have to impact on the fact they also haven't answered our framework argument that the model in which they communicate counter was counterplay was literal textual agenda. They also don't kick the counterplay for them because it forces me to give 2 hours, which is practically impossible. The new argument stuff, they aren't new arguments because the implication of these arguments was across applied. The implication of our thesis was cross applied to counterplay to AR, especially when they shifted the point of competition to ambiguity, not water management. As for all the offense, they say counterplay resolves offense by doing what we do in the context debate, but our framework offense still applies here when they did fund, when they did even attempt to engage in perceptual other modes of cognition, other conceptual, their text itself even literal, which would be an impact.
Good debate. So I want a card doc. I'm assuming now. You're good. Okay.
All right, all the decisions are in. So if we could get everybody back. Are the other judges okay if I announce it? Okay. Cool. Good debate, everybody. Congratulations for making it to quarterfinals of the TOC. The debate was excellent. The decision is a 2-1 for the negative.
Okay, I saw it. It's a close one for me. I ultimately just buy some of like the cross applications that were made in the 2AR, and I don't think the 2NR kind of closed enough doors on some of these questions. One frustration I have with the neg, first of all, it's just like how I like grapple with the pick versus the app, just like the questions of like, I guess, real world policy making versus like, this is a debate about debate. I feel like that's never like cleared up for me, and it makes it kind of difficult for me to kind of make a decision. That's something that's just kind of like broadly looming over me as I'm like trying to figure out where my ballot goes. But I think there's two arguments I vote for on the pick. One is just like the broader level theory of things. I think like the evidence they cited between like the whatever the author is called that starts with U and the 1AC card, like the Ulmer card, and just like the meaning making doesn't exist in legal spaces argument. I'm not sure how the pick like resolves that broader thesis level structural claim about the nature of language and how like the counter plan even endorses like a protection of water resources if this model of the world is true. I don't really feel like that's a question that's cleaned up in the 2NR that kind of just makes me lean affirmative on that question. The second one is just like this question of like what model produces better change. The 2NR makes this argument that like in the context of debate, I guess, like policy research about policy topics spill up to policy action. However, like I'm not 100% sure if I caught the warrant for this in the 2NR specifically. Ironically, personally for me, I think the app is clear and more descriptive about like the constant infinite multiplication of concepts building upon each other to kind of create infinite communication that's like backed up by the 1AC Ulmer card in terms of just like link turning, like I guess, solving things, like link turning problem solving, which is kind of the entire point of the pick. I just feel like that was just a stronger explanation and wasn't really grappled with by the neg, which I then think sort of accesses some of the solvency over the extinction stuff. Util might be important, but like if there's like a broader thesis level claim that like meaning making is impossible, I'm not sure if the counterplan resolves all of those impacts or not. It just kind of is like kind of broad and confusing for me, and I just don't feel like there's like a ton of loose ends tied up on the 2NR for me to kind of like not grant some of the sort of broader questions that the app brings up. Other ways for the neg to get my ballot in this case is I just like need more offense on like the broader thesis level stuff on the critique. Like y'all are good in cross-sex, but in the actual speeches, like in terms of just like, is meaning making real or not, it comes across as kind of defensive to me. Like I just want way more just like, no, back up. This is ridiculous. Like clarification, interpretation, context all matters in the context of like definition making. That doesn't mean that like sound as in hearing versus sound and like validity of arguments are like completely entirely different concepts. It just means that like there's other nuances to meaning making that like your theory doesn't apply for. There's like a weird bell that Miles is doing. That's over now. Yeah. And then just again, more offense on like the debate implications on the affirmative, like offense on like how learning becomes skewed when we don't like pin down meanings, and just like pinning down meanings is good. Like maybe we should make sure that two words don't occupy the same space. Like just more engagement on this thesis level stuff, because I think that just like, I think that Berkeley Prep for me is controlling the narrative a lot of this debate about just kind of the broader level claims, and then they can just reapply to the pick instead. So just engaging with some of the core app stuff would have made the pick a lot stronger. But yeah.
I can go next. I voted negative to endorse a single legal definition in the case of the significant nexus test. I think the largest problem is that the 2AR went for too much. If you had sat on one of debate is purely communicative activity or conception in all cases is a better form of communicating, I could potentially have rationalized an affirmative ballot. But right now you're proliferating a bunch of offense without contextualizing any of it to the pick. So there's not a moment where you provide a plausible explanation for why conflicting definitions of significant nexus might be preferable to a single legal standard. So the explanations of your theory are abstract, which perhaps is a right angle for a framework debate, but I think hurts you in the negative has tried to make the debate about a very specific question. The first set of arguments were about non-conceptual language is ineffective, or conceptual models of cognition are faster and solves things better. And then you support this with the example of someone being misinterpreted as a Nazi. I think the AF is winning at most, that sometimes people get misinterpreted because of the confusing nature of language, but I don't think there's ever a great explanation for why increased ambiguity is inevitable, except for vague appeals to like linguistic fascism. And so I think if you're going to keep your theory at the level of abstraction, you need to spend much more time explaining why it's universal in its application. Then I considered the proliferation of information and definitions in the status quo with significant nexus. I was confused why it would then be ineffective to prescribe one clear definition and say, that's the only definition that we endorse to resolve some specific harm. The negative has an appeal to this in the 2NR with their claims towards specificity. They provide qualified evidence that makes a pretty good predictive claim about how environmental stakeholders in the conceptualization of the significant nexus test would gain immense clarity with one single definition. It's very hard for me to articulate to the negative why your theory has applicability in this instance, whereas I can very cogently and coherently explain why resolving significant nexus legal ambiguity would be good. The argument about the conceptual model of cognition solves things better, I was just really confused about what this argument was. I tried to articulate the argument a bunch when writing my RFD, and I just couldn't explain it. The argument about sonic violence, the 2NR has an argument about sonic violence being disconnected from your overall thesis of conception that I think I'm sympathetic to. So for example, bias against the sound of like a feminine voice is perhaps different than the words we use should not have singular meaning. Both are based on sound, but don't seem that related in terms of the theories behind each. If you really invested time in like a theory of vernacular, or that the words used by people of different backgrounds have conflicting meanings, that potentially seems more tied to your theory, and I could find that persuasive. I also thought the pick element of the counterplan played in here. So we could perhaps endorse using conceptual language broadly for most things, but in the context of significant nexus, I should only use one specific definition. This doesn't seem that preposterous because the AF has agreed that words can have multiple meaning. And so one plausible way to approach the significant nexus test is through the lens of one legal definition. Don't see a large D8 to using it in that instance, absent endorsing like a limited amounts of linguistic fascism. The last part about debate being a purely communicative activity, like I said at the beginning of my RFD, not extrapolated on enough to be a significant part of my decision. And then I think you did drop the extension of Roth and the 2NR, which is like informed debates about water policy gives us a material chance to affect political structures.
I agree with a good deal of that. I think the possibility of preventing a near-term biodiversity collapse through immediate legal action outweighs the possibility that this legal action will have unforeseen linguistic consequences that domino effect into extinction. Everyone's kind of agreed on, I feel, a couple things. First is that extinction outweighs and basically overshadows every other social consideration because the end of human history is a catastrophe in a category of its own. Second, that like a critical loss of biodiversity in American freshwater is the only scenario for extinction. And lastly, the refusal to identify water resources as like a definable entity is an intrinsic part of the 1AC's advocacy as per the responses to topicality. So the debate's all happening on the substance level, and it rejoins the critiques of the debate that the 1AC has introduced. So at this point, the debate narrows considerably. The pick rejoins the AF, and the in-debate stuff kind of disappear because they're both outweighed by the extinction impact and also just like impact turned by the negatives internal link to getting this legal action stuff. So whoever wins the net direction of that benefit wins. And I feel like an indeterminate conception of waters in the United States is more likely to hurt the environment than save it. The AF forwards a theory of language that, to be frank, the negative doesn't really dispute that well, and the negative forwards a set of empirical facts about the court system that the AF doesn't dispute either. So it's kind of a rough place because neither team really identifies a world under which both of their statements can be true. I'm persuaded by the AF's like Wittgenstein style argument that like language has like some complexity issues that prevent us from understanding the totality of reality, but I'm not sure that the implication of this is as extreme as the AF suggests, that because of the inherent issues with linguistic formalism, that we can never create legal definitions that can make the world marginally better. The negative evidence set introduces like some empirical observations about biodiversity vulnerabilities associated with Trump's weakening of the CWA, that there was some legal standard that was established before this that protected water, and at least had a manageable floor for it. So for the 1AC's theory of language to rejoin these sets of observations, the AF would have to basically ask me to cast all of this as a conspiracy theory, that like every meaningful improvement in water quality that these authors list over the past couple of decades is entirely fabricated. It has nothing to do with the legal regimes that we put in place to govern them. I don't think the Nietzsche Nazis example really introduced by the AF rises to that level of certainty. And I'm more persuaded that Trump has made the environment worse by relaxing our definition of navigable waters than I am of the 1AC's theory being able to describe all the mechanical elements of American water policy like a half century after it was written. I'm also like not even sure the AF can get offense off of this, because neg evidence set says that like refusal of the current standard the counter plan creates would be a return to Trump era rulemaking. And so unless the theory of language you presented like disputes that too, which I can't really grasp how it would, because it's a standard that's used now and the counter plan generates uniqueness for it. So the counter competition arguments demonstrate the link to the AF. There's no defense of Trump era regulations and everyone agrees it causes extinction. So I'm compelled that the counter plan is the only viable way that we can even make the situation better. So neg on presumption style ballot there too. So TLDR, negative has a robust defense of an edge case to the 1AC's theory, no DA to including it that would outweigh extinction. The AS impact turn is really just defense at the end of the day.
We just have one question. So if we ask first, because we have to go prep, but what do you think about framework in the 2NR? Because this was like a big concern. I was concerned about the we meet after the 1AR.
I mean, every part of your speech answered the we meet, like your impact turning the indeterminacy of language. I think one element of this argument that you're kind of missing is that like for any argument to be introduced into debate, we do have to a certain extent, adopt a static interpretation of what words mean. We have to conjoin phrases. The burden of rejoinder itself is a recognition that arguments have an inherent meaning that should be expected upon us to respond to. So I think if you're to include that, that would help. But yeah, that's that.
Okay, that makes sense. Is it okay if we email you with the rest of our questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Good luck, y'all.
Hey y'all, what's the app if you're app?
It's new. And what about you?
Okay, are there any cards that you have read that are the same?
Um, I can check, but
Okay, cool.
sure. What are you gonna read?
It's just the normal PTGF. We read it like round, I don't know, when was the last time we read it?
Sorry, which round?
It's the one we read against U Chicago Lab in prelims.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just checked. There's no cards that we've read that are the same.
Are there any words in the Pladex that are the same?
I'm just gonna assume you're joking.
I'm not joking. I'm serious, dead serious.
Okay, we're not gonna disclose the plain text, but
Okay, cool.
obviously, like the United States federal government is the same.
Yeah. No, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not a KF.
Are y'all gonna decide on the flip or what?
We're still talking about it.
For sure.
Hey, y'all, have we set up the email chain in here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just about to send it.
Cool, thank you.
Is everyone here? Okay. Are you there? Okay, it's sent. Anybody not receive it? Anybody not ready? Okay, stop me if you're not good.
Contention, what is energy, cryptocurrencies, mining, hidden water, footprint is fast, escalating, Simus 18, Bitcoin miner, trap, substitute domain for water, especially household coin, use 60 gallons per kilowatt hour, Bitcoin use the 1.3 billion gallons a day, demand 30% already 707. This demand will cause because heavy physical infrastructure requires massive for water intensive users are being growing. Unregulated cryptocurrency locks in irreversible warming alone. And that pushes warming above 2 degrees more. 18 Bitcoin push warming above 2 degrees Celsius against Paris Agreement warming within 2 degrees Celsius. How we use welfare. And the source of sea level station requires proof of work to the large number of accumulation warm planet 2 degrees 16 or Bitcoin causes 2 degrees Celsius with a lot of showing on motivation could be the proof of work to electricity member. And then producing about 2 degrees Celsius whenever reducing like data temperature CO2 emission model recent. And then climate system multi-model. And the median temperature pressure repeated 1,000 IPC 40 different. And the technology 2 degrees of warming locks in methane loops which guarantees extinction bedel 20 worse than a production increases short. And the strength decline in reasonable rates in core 95 production reduce certification reduce. And the fishery reverse you large conversation to have all the diverse exchange 100 million just we need to see we need to. And the degrees of western surface flooding and the migration warming the earth the release to catch our heating 5 degrees 60 years and amount of extinction of the human race. And the warming still has to see first growth and the constitution we foresee stabilize hydrogen all the race and methane play Russian related to our human immunity. And this right near term extinction mining tax regional grids federal regulations are key and spillover Thompson 20 Columbia River Basin. And the region of Blue Ridge identified types of Columbia Mars the country make Columbia River price about minus lock to the standard use to start ability 50 and then megawatt measure up over 20,000 more like a river basin not prepared to operation with the overall like a minor trade and the region where you 77 years and federal race where human turtleizing causing control the and energy to avoid reach about state to be more attractive grid failures cascade and cause extinction Hamlet 15 risk that threaten humanitation critical infrastructure hall this is shown non-linear for no words that never such a government test by global station government seems that adequately infrastructure damage social for proportion shows us as a serious conflict surely project the great death crypto transaction produced metric tons of e-waste various and the 21 left miners device was out by 30% cultures used 3 times time minor fees going equipment cables and lamp size and marine zone the whole network of security kills used to comparable waste produced by country will now have generally 60 and the 4 kilotons to cause extinction of a solid 21 heavy metals disrupt the planet heavy metals social disaster plants to chase like that and the balance of issues like animals lose most every sky shape low fish oxygen pollution market and the fear health special risk new nature on deep nature not there reflection terminal damage there's just also and the species extinction contention 2 is regulation is a prerequisite to crypto the crypto success 1 is scalability status prohibits stealing the stealing due to inefficient transaction mechanisms which prevents future large scale applicability timber 19 final ones like exchange boost of max station scalability scale electricity consumption is proportional hash rate with the capacity of Bitcoin never turn on passive relation or efficient electricity proportional to use electricity the perception also with the transaction rate. The plan is Goldilocks, moderate the regulations, motivate a shift away from inefficient proof of work and towards efficient energy production tree. And the 22 growing pollution causation increase overall consumption resulting in alternative. And the less energy test weeks alternative protocols to be pressure more polluting of water across food waste test of oxygen work rates with our need for intervention. The pressures of fusion minimize environmental intervention to force adaptation. Scaling blockchain unlocks its use for waste and energy sustainability, which solves extinction to various 20 blockchain will say that the plan of critical energy reduce the need to transfer recycling does it. The given send 3D printing decentralized manufacturer blockchain share product for instance you'll offer your shift about blockchains ideal individual. The SAR incentivized cryptocurrency reaches a wide role which builds resilience to survive inevitable existential filters, asteroids, super volcanoes, and extraterrestrial intelligence, all cause extinction machine. The 20 existential risk of Bitcoin address a collision with asteroid cards and also companies to share harmony facilitate innovation across the Bitcoin. The periodic framework to crawl growth garbage off each most like have it. Store value W zero hundred exemption on the way. No sure government residents such as application solution or biological war. No biological source of predators we need to increase the probability of surviving continues to prepare moves and we don't mean that surveying only people affected human false medication like monetary technology revolution. Central different could actually even a 1% risk outweighs by BTS and probability that the best way to handle partial and British successfully wrong not applicable defense against it. And then use being wrong maybe one just before the entire species risk extinction. 2 is legitimacy. Cryptocurrencies volatile now regulations are key to sustainability. Chenko 19 the girls must be stating necessary for legislation government decrease volatility, traceability, volatility, issue because no value to income, no alternative suppress. No will cost of institutional regulatory body has to be placed in implicit excessive around which expectation conversions to meet the media. The meaningful perception adaptive regulations are necessary to preserve global legitimacy. Gepics and African 21 need to regulate effective specific rules. Additional institution ignores innovation online technology regulation must need to requires cooperation with those technologies so transfer the beneficial activity. The members use it for ensure legitimacy and oppressive legislative preserved by both regulatory oversight shorts of constant makes the crypto desirable. Specifically, federal policy signals a balanced latest approach that reinvigorates U.S. leadership. Simon 21 whether Washington the heavy legislature in the next few months you can make a dollar on new sure this financial redefine every two need to reduce blockchain pages as awesome as they're watching it. When the work goes on to regulations not necessarily key to mainstream top critical policy shape minimizers don't limit better regulatory clarity to Washington civil judgment reputation. The global leader allows international standard setting that leverages it for public benefits internationally. Current 18 capabilities are going to develop crypto the use the knives of the world look at blockchain privacy people leading way hard to be CH becomes the world's leading crypto nation crypto defense the U.S. position action price good or party the stable hardware leading position globally declarative blockchains prevent nuclear war from miscalculation accidents and arms racing and build global cooperation solving existential threats. For 20 wars the nuclear wars increase competition development and new capabilities blockchain reduce nuclear recession this is verify just better private and mutual value technology the cooperation low shows to hamper disarmament nuclear new weapons be generated the terms of social verification make just like cooperate common issues maintain foundation cooperation you survive civilization blockchain this should be exploring policy must be certain and originate at the federal level to signal U.S. The commitment to policy needs 21 blockchains company federal legislature show the final regulatory info the several use legislature single committee checking blockchain jurisdiction regulatory teams jurisdictional the competition for election question where our legislation for risk killing off innovation or pushing others many projects we build no certain breaks or uncertainties policy and possibly conducting well federal blockchain sending for amount of creating the regulatory way election feature federal level you can have on the blockchain U.S. companies recent and really vital companies leave the U.S. of other regulatory peaceful regulation not such as the rulings to guide participants. Thus, the plan the United States federal government should substantially increase its protection of water resources in the United States through the regulation of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology pollution. Section 3, the solvency of permitting cryptocurrency mining strikes the balance between under and over regulation, which best harnesses environmental and economic benefits. Thompson 23 more efficient market natural force miners are turtleizing costs and turtleization for polluter pieces and planet update video incentivized to renewable and reduce the cost of the reduce the negative effect of funds to minor country technology economic cost and turtleizations yields and environment incentivize minor to innovate use alternative energy without regulatory money country negative social environmental increase transaction no helps above the environmental problem not allowed to use capital technology and other benefits. Mining licenses solve goalies 20-bit licensing by the end the YSDFS include virtual currency translation regulate financial intermediaries but license regulatory innovate with regulate virtual video should adopt with include miners and currency to adapt to just over energy and this source now provides you can be less we're going to be a little bit I know power technology bit more C2 miners not be able to receive less of updates and several cells you should not be able to figure over the minor break license fees away from federal government to monitor a large amount of electricity Bitcoin mutual percent relying Bitcoin to reduce the major government acceptance regulated Bitcoin double language and this is for that regulation sustainable Bitcoin is not possible. Status quo regulations are inevitable which thumps every dissent but they're uncertain so they don't solve the Alcali 37 clearers are still in development left the industry government policy not to advisors no person some needs to have a legislation federal so in the issue issuing U.S. social currency federal giving the public until based on you partaking part of new regulation bring more stability exercise keep crypto holdings under 5 to 100%. So does Biden's XO Brown 3976 orders and cryptocurrency intergenetic regulatory concern federal issue unified regulatory ensure overseas civil congress. Did you see regulation? And China thumbs crypto good offense, but not ours. Top jet. The 220-year crypto and crypto and mass XO on a new location is making crypto money worse for climate miners like hydrocarbon rate and Kazakhstan, United States using more fossil fuels to climate change. I'm good.
Okay. I command F water in the 1AC does not come up once on the solvency page. What's the water keyword in the F?
The entire first advantage is about why crypto is bad for water. The solvency advocates are describing the regulations the AF could implement to solve that.
The one internal link that you have that is about water is this piece of SIMUS evidence. It's from a reporter that says Bitcoin has a hidden impact on water use. Okay, actually, I'll just ask, what is the solvency mechanism? Like, how does it relate to water? What does it do to water?
What does it do to water? It would protect water resources by regulating cryptocurrency. Our solvency advocates describe the way that could be done.
Explain what that means.
Explain what that
what does that look like? What does regulation look like?
That reduce the adverse effect of cryptocurrency on water.
Okay, like what?
The Thompson evidence and the Gooley evidence describe examples like BitLicense that exist now that could be used to internalize costs of the impact of crypto on water.
What evidence says that prevents costs on water? Because again, it does not say water and anywhere in any of these pieces of evidence.
The Gooley evidence says that it would force miners to internalize the environmental costs. The app would do that, which would solve the advantage. I'm confused.
Environmental costs where?
On water and on the environment.
It does not say environment anywhere in this card. Oh,
it does. Yeah.
Where? Can you read a line? Because I'm lost.
You want a line from the card? The Gooley evidence says that BitLicense could cause regulators to cause crypto miners to phase out power guzzling technology that emits CO2 and hurts the environment.
Okay. The second advantage, does it rely on modeling? I'm a bit confused.
Well, part of it relies on modeling. Yeah, the second part.
Okay. Why is Bitcoin key to US legitimacy or cryptocurrency, whatever?
It's about US legitimacy on cryptocurrency. It's not necessarily like US legitimacy at large.
Why is effective like water protection in mining cryptocurrency key to US legitimacy? Where do you think your evidence draws a connection between those things?
The evidence says that there's a lack of certainty in regulation in the US crypto market now. The app would regulate crypto, which would provide that certainty.
Lack of certainty in regulation. What evidence connects that to water risks though?
The solvency advocate evidence says that regulations would provide that certainty.
Okay, no, because the solvency evidence is not in the context of water. Do you have a single piece of evidence in the 1AC that says that preventing water risk shores up regulatory certainty?
The Thompson evidence says that environmental regulations on cryptocurrency would create efficient markets and stability because it forces miners to internalize the environmental costs.
Environmental regulations. Okay, that's fine. What do you think the terminal impact in the Amasala evidence on the first advantage is to e-waste?
The Amasala evidence says that there's a few internal links for the e-waste stuff. It says that it kills marine biodiversity by accumulating in fish food chains and killing plants. It says it disrupts DNA in humans and causes terminal illnesses.
Okay, 10 minutes start. John, stop prep at 9:35. I'm gonna put in the chat. And I'm sure you sent it.
Okay, it should be sent. Give me a second for everything to load. My Word is kind of crashing. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's 8 off, advantage 2, advantage 1. Okay, I'm gonna pan through everybody. Give me a thumbs up if you have it. Memoronic, do both of you have it as well? Okay, great. Serena, you got it. First off, is topicality protect means United States use mining, United States conservation use research over national United States abuse violation. The plan is not cease use of water resources and regulation for Bitcoin mining, vote for limits ground out waste for their infinite waste to prevent water for the best with that's hundreds of non-point sources using access small to speaks to regulation aeronaut and massive topic on the mechanisms next on is a politics that said Ron Joe nearly passes now PC's key to moderate dems failure cost clear proliferation restricting Middle East war Hansi and Oscama. The 323 the Amanda bills line you get through officially the Senate committees by details by need to expand press PC and rocket nuclear weapon to recess with Israel military action their practice about to top around blind pictures so want to see lose fence centers details goes the Amazon made the testing Congress mandate as well. It says have its way Republicans will uniform plus the advocates will lose a handful of Democrats in my yard in terms of random votes again right given Iran's rapid advance towards uranium president facing help in the Middle East. The plan ensures PC sworn a political high by water protection is massive controversial lies 18 resource protection bill and new rules on the cars because the Democrats see both cars of the EPA and EPA the way the public order fair race reviews banks versus state agency orders use war for federal and academic missions burns eggs being she arguments which document abuse overreach and honors code the Congress are willing to consider to address protection of resources mandates relying Democrat White House nuclear war Libya and faith and then 22 circumstances change around what's your life nuclear weapons kept Israel divided now a few months from his goal nuclear Iran poses life or death threats Saudi Arabia Turkey Egypt other seas armor world aim or mind dimer more civil launcher warning athlete testing attacking shots military nuclear war loose nukes Israel Israel striking nuclear facility trigger over harsh retaliation brought Hezbollah and Hamas to launch attacks money ways repetitions destructive oil. Next off, it's a cap game environment calls to create resources increase the wills to deal like creating new market innovations while leaving the fundamental problem at the heart of capital structure and inclusivity. Perception of environmental crisis increases deal with government indication like ecological crisis led to wholesale commodification led to regulated hegemony deal out of the ways ideological process and masquerade issues and top main solutions of all separate political of the production of gas and PD expanding legal infrastructure capitalism is unsustainable locks and player exchange of foster 19 climate change ocean acidification 6 digit direction nitrogen phosphorus loss of water and force the pollution prevent the carbon budget road broken 16 years topics for 3 year reversible capital scheme to accumulation the exploitation of violence the appropriation account interest of capital's intense values thing to pass through the market about the cost school to trade negative externalities unrealistic on the action on such a war depletion of resources of waste of lies far future menace capitals occur at the expense of irrevocable social environmental life. The alternative is to reject the plan in favor of commitment to organizing anti-capitalist international revolution haven to undermine revolution as an urgent sense of owns capital to replace through Robin Foster violence by safe to define the imperialist interest to caution each other but capital nature means rules across borders worker share specifications lifestyles and cultures global the integration serves as transmitorial renewables we have people identified with the Constitution 2011 to choosing Chevron inspired protocols across the air world this inspire occupy to 80 countries. Next off is advanced counterpoint. The United States federal government should establish a program to cover 4.8% of the surface of the Earth's oceans and a monolayer 0.1 mu diameter latest particles bearing a conventional stabilization system that is inactive and solid. Establish a code of conduct share information going to geometry and internationally prevent exploration prevent exportation of electronic waste and regulate electronic production. Increase multilateral governments for emerging technologies and emerging threats through the United Nations G20 and United States Democratic allies. Establish a mandatory national nature ethics education. Provide economic incentive for sustainable fishing and farming practices, including decrease the loss of pesticides and all public subsidies that have a substantial damage effect on nature. Increase international collaboration on species research for preservation and relocation with critical environmental parameters. The Department of Defense and collaboration with the Department of Energy should increase investment in smart microgrids for its military bases via diverse portfolio tailored to its installations, including energy sources for on-site generation backup capacity, energy efficiency, storage stalls, more than 11 latest portals zones of all basket and for reverse 4.42%. And then increase the notional beta point of translates beta 0.031 4.8% of all also currency to forcing will cost $2 billion. The feature is required to get your negative R&D or launch use existing materials type existing capacity 0.1 million latest particles bearing conventional stable system that is inactive and solid producing bulk straight to the sea. We could also cold warming stalls grid volatility CNA 15 micro the results of mitigating service to operate with the main good is down and play agility flexibility. They integrate new sources of energy storage to respond to ways of facing product projects showing viability projects. Contracting installation security and operations smart microgrids that enable flexible secure and resilient project reliable supply to these projects providing a private sector with the foundation of large scale adoption. Solve sustainability king 14 this up. Except you can to get places back more protected diversity and change by nature wisely to tree biodiversity. We need new ethics form the vast people describe change systems so nature fertilize pesticides clean the water and constantly clean up and publicize these large counts of more common ag policy and land fisheries at time to replace systems that support fishing and farming. The one ECP for evidence is the advocate for multilaterals of playing. Next off is Colin Conn, the United States strictly limited single constitution convention called for by 34th states ratified by 38 of the states substantial increased protection of water resources in the United States through regulation of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology production. The convention should be limited exclusively to this issue and no states ratify proposals for additional constitutional changes. It solves and then avoids the politics that LV 18 Concord 5 last by current 60 billion amendments to limit specific changes to be ratified 3/4 of the states. Next off is should we read this dishead? I'll come back to it. Next off is EPA trade-off. It stalls converging transnational threats now, but its resource constrained. New projects will throw off the NZ Waterhouse at this point. The EPA needs tools and resources to as long as the EPA challenge facing the world. The EPA essential domain to essential problems common about land. Whatever laws, whatever rules, the EPA they focus on environmental forcing efforts at the agency policies along with other good water today crisis. We can't regulate every problem. There's issue focus on sewage sustainability. We get better results when as our focus agency promote environmental solution. But strengthening sources, securing resources for them could have last second enforcement of this job. So working to secure resources, making sure that we can deliver every American. Trade us on environment and secure disaster response capacity, extinction, Atkins, 17 drilling. Disaster open up water patterns, carry source will increase earthquakes, take your sort of materials, reduces ash waves, increase the risk of EPA in charge of disasters and emergency special goes out of Washington EPA to the go work attack course Mexico. You probably said a collision course of risk based precaution the public needs are thrown to the wayside. Not going in you have to custom equipment training. There is a slow version related agencies smelting EPA fairness is on the brink of disaster. Raise alarm. Next up is the US dollar hegemony. This had overall US hegemony that LIO are secure because of limited adoption of decentralized cryptocurrency. The plan allows for efficient powers to weaponize blockchain and quickly collapse currency. Smith, Najim, apparent trade in LAO, the US power position superficial and substantive errors order remains resolution prevents the US keeping finance said the dollar as reserve currency making collapse primacy premature. However, independent cryptocurrency potential challenge US position they represent decentralized financial system revision powers might weaponize them to minimize primacy prosperous crypto dismantle primacy remains hypothetical extinction. Harari in 20 accidental nuclear war eco collapse and a new class separated from the elite of the 20th century. The same technology both fascist communists and democracies will happen in 21st century something we need. In global rules we have escaped the violent jungle of omnipresent warfare. The last few decades managed a possible rule-based liberal order. The imperfection has created the most perpetual era in history. If we continue, we'll collapse in the omnipresent war. Far worse, you imagine our species will annihilate itself. The second advantage, multilateralism fails. Mere Sharma 18 international institutions for any good power go to war. A little more than speed, not little relevance. States that conflicting interests do sides as much to gain for cooperation. National institutions have little influence on state behavior. Prospects cooperation are impoverished and security. Affairs there is no evidence of any institution coercing great power into acting against realistic tests. The states will cheat or disobey states. How differences in international issues cannot manage to fully constrain them. Fear cheating is more formidable obstacle than cooperation. No extinction from asteroids. Fork R17 natural accidental risk not appear less serious NEOs within a diameter of 1.5 kilometer would kill 10%. We can have high confidence probability estimates to strike 5 kilometer NEOs strike every once every 30 million years, 10 kilometers every 100 million. We have discovered 94% of nearby asteroids diameter 1 kilometer or more. Continuous detection would give us time for prepare absolutely no chance of super volcano extinction. Polar 19 huge volcanic eruptions have a significant impact for this lead to extinction. No, there have been 2 massive exposures where humans were present where both were larger than Yellowstone. Those were Toba and then Yapato. Humans did not suffer greatly. Lake Rose scores show the environmental impact were not catastrophic. Archaeological evidence shows Homo sapiens were thriving. There's no evidence of any extinction species due to eruptions. Humans would not go extinct. Advantage to 1. Climate change does not cause extinction. Carol 19 likely misrepresents like a worst case scenario. And then the most likely long tail scenario where feedback supports you. Then there was a likelihood authors say this scenario is bound to pass a model as make conclusion likely that civilization to fall non science to Saturday sound findings process in 20 long time. And the process network on science the over their own work. There's no basis to the climate rate don't meet human extinction and protection which prevents a difficult very good. The 2 models headline claims suffer knock-on effects beyond capacity level from a scientific perspective. Likely those personal speculation rather than conclusion from rigorous evidence. India and China thumb who endure vaccine on China. And then India with growing appetites for energy play outsource rules never curb emissions. The 2 have massive population. China needs to consume more than half the world's coal and expect to rise 40%. Both argue they need to shoulder different responsibilities and develop Texas disproves the great impact. There's no good class of villain 12 that there. And there's an outage can spread very unlikely that would happen. The good was divided in the middle of the nation. There was more monster close than ever. The grid to shut down 30 times a second. New transmission lines have been added. Will move towards a more modern grid rapidly. The 1 is see Oldsmala evidence does not substantiate a terminal impact to anything in laundry list. We'll get infinite new answers after the 2 explains more. Go back to the first advantage. Fermi paradox disproves aliens. Business confidence is at a high now. Called for 1 despite worries about supply chain disruption in Ukraine remain up. Deflation to drawback growth remains strong. GDP growth is still for 7% normalization as Omicron face support for the growth of oil prices fall. Deflationary impulses we supply goods catch up. Inflation drops below the Fed's 2% target shift. Decided monetary policy bolster confidence. Don't think recession on the horizon. Protection crashes. BizCon Bark in 19 business reaction got fast. Short termism increased over lower confidence and the debt at an all-time high. Companies buy start negative use cutting costs for prevent investments even in reasonable returns for refresher with the polarization and uncertainty about deregulation drop. And then confidence lower investment in employment with target recession extinction burrows. Safety the multiple assets and purpose and showing U.S. China may never deliver knock up returns to U.S. defensible trigger. Legitimacy present for the party, lower growth, making it hard for liberalization. Playing for a world that will not have the West as a powerhouse. Hate difference between continents of visage of the US, China, Russia, a new Cold War, wars on inevitable. Emerging tech has come online. Black of the global framework could be dangerous. There is no governance without US leadership. Secure engineering drones, data bio, nanotech without rules, risk catastrophes. I'm good whenever.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Can you kick planks?
Can we? Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. Status of the off.
Conditional.
Did you skip any?
No.
Okay. Politics. The impact evidence says that Iran could be months away, or could just be a month away from producing a nuclear weapon. What evidence says the Iran deal would be sufficient to stop that?
Well, the 1 NC evidence says it would immediately establish checks on uranium enrichment, which means that the international community would take any uranium they've enriched.
Okay, but what evidence do you have that says the deal would be passed like by then?
The 1 NC evidence says it assumes the process of negotiation and says they are working on it and it's likely that it will pass now. Quote,
okay, where does
twisting will round up enough votes to win.
Okay, but where is that evidence predictive about the short term?
Like the short term for it passing or the impact?
Both. I mean, like you have evidence that like Biden needs
Well, I
to
just-
extend PC and it's going to take arm twisting. What evidence says that it's prioritized now?
Well, one is our evidence says that Biden is focusing on it because he is expending PC. And secondly, is it establishes that it will pass in the short term because they'll line it.
Okay. The Mearsheimer card on case, what is the implication of this?
Your internal links rely on international frameworks based off of cryptocurrency regulation to solve stuff. And we think that intrinsically states don't want to.
Okay, so it's like it's defense to the escalation stuff. That's fine. The last off the hegemony dissad. What? So I guess how is crypto weaponized against the US?
Well, so terrorists can circumvent US sanctions by using and dealing in cryptocurrency, which allows them to like buy the materials to make nuclear
What-
weapons or AI or autonomous weapons.
Wait, what evidence says that?
The Smith card. It says that
Where
it's a
does-
decentralized financial system, which would allow revisionist powers to weaponize them. to
Okay,
weaponize them.
revisionist. You just said something about terror. Like, so how does Russia use crypto against the US? What's the scenario?
Well, they can circumvent our sanctions and empower like separationist groups in other countries.
And
that
what
can
evidence,
result
like
in-
you have evidence that it could be like used to reduce US influence? What evidence says that it would
I mean,
be
that's-
able
that's
to append
the-
all of US hegemony?
That's the thesis of the Smith evidence. We no longer have the capacity to like to use economic warfare against states in a world where we do not have power over the dollar.
Okay, that's fine. The BizCon dissad, why is the F the one regulation that crashes confidence compared to every other regulations Biden's done?
Because businesses like see the AF as like a regulation that could hurt their business, especially because CEOs are likely invested.
Why does
in
that not
Bitcoin.
apply to any other regulation?
We'll answer your thumpers, obviously. I don't.
I'm
What
asking you now,
reg?
like, why every other
What
regulation doesn't
reg?
matter?
What
What?
reg?
Like
What
Biden
reg?
all regs?
What
By
reg?
EPA coal ash regulations? Okay.
Hard.
Sir, we're taking prep. I don't know if you said it.
Okay, stop prep. 7:45. Sending it out. If I can find the doc. Should be sent. Is everyone good for an order?
So I haven't opened it.
All good.
Reed, I don't know if I said this, but I'm good.
Oh, I did not hear you. Okay, advantage 2, advantage 1. T. The con counter plan. The advantage counter plan. The cap K. The BizCon DA. The hedge DA. The politics DA. The EPA DA.
2-1 is regulation energy, correct?
Yeah.
Can I get the off one more time, please?
Yeah. T. Con. Advantage counter plan. Cap K. BizCon DA. Hedge DA. Politics DA. EPA DA.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Cool. Anyone not good?
Two AC1 multilateral is about the status quo, the F increasing by increasing blockchain collaboration. The new summary is about the broader economic and diplomatic alliances, not blockchain based alliances. Two one and two yes, hash rates impact. They're increasing in size and magnitude. Smaller hash rates cause thoughts that they are nukes, which sets off loose nukes, which guarantees extinction, which are more probable 1C3 yes super volcanoes. We have no defense to them in the status quo. Yes, they are likely. Our evidence indicates that they are coming due to the increased time frame from the creation of the Earth. Fermi paradox lacks a warrant. Aliens cause extinction. The advantage 1 gas climate impact. Our evidence indicates 2 degrees is key, which means stopping Bitcoin emissions are necessary. Else we should cross-apply the rest of the warrants to the cap K. No India, China, alt cause. We've identified 2 degrees key. Alt causes are solved by the status quo. Only the F solves Bitcoin emissions. The 1C3 taxes grid was not interconnected. Our evidence identifies interconnected grids cause regional cascading effects, which guarantee extinction due to unrest. 1C5 gas e-waste impact things like hormone disruption, species loss, and species loss and ag its ability to guarantee extinction. T protection 1 we meet the F increased protection of water from crypto mining for sexual evidence SLG in the 20 regulations such as protection 70 degrees protect native fish. 2 we meet plantation vacuum must reject 3 protection means regulation. The circum to the protect means the shift from water structure injury to protection needs to be regulated by the developer short the species must be not allowed to for loss, destruction, or injury, and playing a little other protection does mean French means from legal land impact waters must and of means associated with AC associated with people regulars and 4 preferred 8 predictably intended to find the concept of protection of water resources and predicted doses. The worst is about whaling and international BF and ground duty systems after the list actually has to give this compound before states ban jurisdiction guarantees link C functional limit states C resources all lib-based all check D reasonability substance outweighs non-res negative arbitrary and regressive cross-sex check neops are good for the test debaters not coaches the compound 1 do both shields or links the shields or links to the benefit 2 do the compound not functioning technically competitive must be both else the resolution 3 do the plan as the ratification delay cells and the benefit and guarantees a DH because are non-linear impacts of energy grow unless certainty and the apps process is key else the signal of legitimacy is not sent for blockchain prevents scaling up and prevents compliance and links to the benefit and doesn't solve certainty and also in 20 the composition protocols were another composition composition no problem answer the controversy device unless the card a device unless fiat is unfair no respectable basis and unpredictable because it's never happened they get stage counters that don't mechanism fiat changes to federal law advantage counterpart 1 do the plan on playing combinations 2 do both 3 do the counterpart no reflecting things doesn't make sense gases in the atmosphere trap heat through greenhouse effects means they still say microbubbles fail the CI 715 that will not result in ecological problems include habitation also by diversity the CI slots that across the Europe North American Asia technical feasibility of in the right RT wedding has to play in the world 4 times amount of carbon in the RT Hodder, cut the card at Hodder, plank 3 fails, links to net benefit and fails. Crypto is huge, means our interlink is key, cooperation fails, since crypto transparency is a necessary prerequisite, doesn't solve the great increase in demand is a decrease in capping demand is a prerequisite, else unsustainable. The blockchain ensures crypto, blockchain secures missile silos and radar facilities from malware, stops nuclear war, 18 with blockchain, no reason for hyper security, the fraud of the entire ecosystem, conduct bad 2 times rescue experience and clash erases arc responsibility, kicking affirms not to put yourselves every point once have a solvency advocate, else the infinity wanting our answers and presume no the solvency look at predictability, the K one way the implementation of the planning is compared to alternative solves predictable result the key to preserving finishing class which outweigh individual rounds. 2 do both blockchain technology is a prerequisite the alternative Huckle and 16 the core the key to blockchain is the coordination of the whole economy central banks legally blockchain one for non-hierarchical organization blockchain organization to become the fluid and permanent participation in the transforming institution blockchain represents the property blockchain to the new decentralized organizations and that's secret government classes blockchain to be devoted to societies and human might be opposed to martial labor certificates and beyond largest a lot of societies organized distribution cut the card at distribution, but the alternative fails decentralization. It's 3-6 the fundamental of the party decentralization with your increase over restriction of you can accept as a nation because they don't just party decentralized unless by anyone that decentralized for any business that want to have an issue for power of list decentralized blockchain caps extinction increase of collaboration numerous access for risks including disease nuclear war asteroids super volcanoes that's McShane growth is good and sustainable to be alternative was economy is running for the economy percent for the power reductions but the less than 5% of the efficiency use of single research low the population will be urbanization freedom of the elections high fear national to rebound because the card at rebound and blockchain character sustainability and 21 access reforesting the real rewilding have changed the weather problems that the government that the blockchain could be useful for organized for every process of the DLC transparency increase also they make it for just suppliers and prevent falsifying data cut the card at data transition works that's the alternative that's every single impact they've read no private active fiat no below basics incentivize good research explanation clash or interp this solves the BizCon DA1 conference shot equal answer no for it negative below market volatility regulations good inevitable and resilient daily 3-7 the regulation to be more stable guidance to negative healthy for industry is aware of how the investor reduce speculation leads to high investor more investors increase investor confidence cut the card at confidence the hedge $1 resilient including to crypto to Krishna the $19 raise as dominant the verbal fixed on the capital markets back then institutions contrary to the net the global all this would make no difference dollars as a significant investor with the shocks of all shocks of investors up for the so the days control and be Spanish just last time before that dollars crisis and there's a global blockchain space which means it's non-unique but crypto stabilizes the dollar air shy this point around the place of the large generation and history blockchain will continue to represent us about the global rivalry taking up the there's an fintech arms like that with the obligation to market to all the others no others well extend the one AC evidence that says China has banned it means no revisionist use of crypto other tech like military and health tech it's actually stressed that last argument the politics CA Biden XO and Fed policy thumb CA signals sent over increased regulations perceived in May 20 that scaling and Brown one passed at young no 14 all over the lawmakers because of police opposition and to Congress and about that implementation of GCPOA and bipartisan no to right into the Senate it's having to be on active health regulatory framework doesn't not cycle the heavily inefficient. The bill fails GOP to retake in 2022, guarantees no solvency, and lots of thumpers for fully and Gardner for the major parties on engagement of this one budget for FY 23. The Congress education pass appropriation September the midterm election. Unlikely they will pass anything more than a resolution before December. The House and the Senate. The topics of the competing legislation negotiation could be lengthy. Cut the card. Add lengthy, not intrinsic due to plan and pass Iran issues compartmentalized circles. Administration for immigration could for infrastructure bad noodle to safe focus on countries through the transition between optimism. They are isolated, distracting, and testament discipline. Cut the card. Add discipline. Multiple thumpers. Houthis, Ukraine, all something impact. Economic sanctions prevent prolif. I'm good.
Okay.
Still calls it
Reasons
discipline.
to reject the team.
Condo counterplans without a solvency aggregate. States counterplans that mechanistically fiat changes to federal law. Private actor fiat.
Okay. I guess what is the AF's internal link to making multilateralism effective? Like why? So you say like multilateral is indicative of the status quo. Why does the plan like make it effective?
Our evidence indicates that using blockchain can increase transparency to allow for greater cooperation between governments and parties.
Okay, so you've read a lot of cards. You've read okay, sure. So you've read a lot of cards that's like international actors right now, like cryptocurrency, like China, for example. What evidence says that they have an incentive to cooperate with the US's democratic model?
Hold on, step back a bit. Where do you think we've said China likes crypto?
You read a card in the 1AC that says the China current cryptocurrency thumps our disads. So like they're playing around with crypto and other countries
They banned
obviously are
crypto.
too. So why or okay, well there's international traders in Europe. What is the plan do to make it effective? Like why do other countries cooperate with the app?
The plan signals, look, it's sort of the both interlinks in the second advantage in the 1AC. The plan increases legitimacy by increasing federal regulation and oversight on crypto, which allows for more investors, makes the system safer, etc.
Wait, that's a
Two is
reason
the plan
why
removes
investors-
the ceiling for crypto development and crypto increases by shifting away from proof of work to, I think, proof of energy. That's the DeVries card.
Okay, sure.
Or sorry, not DeVries, something else.
Okay, the argument about the plan solving like nuclear escalation, what evidence says that people are like cyber attacking the US now?
That's in the evidence. It says these risks are growing.
That's it? That's the uniqueness claim?
What
That's your
do you mean
best
that's
lie?
it? Like that is more
Who-
than sufficient
okay,
to say.
who's attacking
Let's look
us?
at the card. Let's look at the card. It says these risks are growing. People are becoming more adept at doing this. We need blockchain in order to prevent this.
None of that was a line from your Culberson card.
Do you want to quote? I'm trying to find it.
I just want to know who cyber attacks the US so we can impact turn it in the
I don't think we've like specified certain actors. I dare you to impact turn it.
Okay, I'll take you up. The stuff about like, yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay, we stop prep at 3:07. It's in the chat. I'll set it up. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I saved it because it is not in the Dropbox again. Oh, it's just in the regular folder. Okay, it's set. The order is advantage 1, advantage 2, cap. Have this end. Okay. Is everyone good? Mamaroneck. Cool. Not extending defense to the advantage because the alternative access system is proximate cost to all of the environmental scenarios, including pollution and warming, but there is no impact, terminal impact to the waste of the what I see the oldest evidence does not say escalates to change the and with the critique. Now the second advantage, my flows are out of order. The second advantage first, there's no the multilateral impact is wrong. The beer evidence concludes it does a study of empirics that concludes that there's no state should not follow multilateral, which they cannot influence capacity to affect change or solve wars or whatever they say they do. The asteroids impact is also wrong. They've conceded that there is a tiny percent of the next century. It doesn't assume it assumes increased size of magnitude, etc. The next segment is super volcanoes. They've conceded the warrants and they wouldn't see evidence that says that 2 past explosions caused so it presented no risk of extinction and it won't in the future. Now the capitals of decay, caused extinction, climate change, acidification, deforestation, and research to make Earth uninhabitable, expert externalities, culminates in global war. That's the foster evidence framework. Countership the debate should be set out a competing value system. So we'll concede that they get the plan, but next, if the desirable, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I have to stop the timer because like I cannot speak. Okay. Vote negative the desirable world without capitalism, the field alternative always the ability to debate through philosophical competition. If we win the what do you see occurs in auto to marry culture, the old they don't get a permit because they sever. That's best. It's about competing value system, break out of capitalist thought. You're currently watching for further impact on companies sincere policy of Mercari. 19 the master science capitalist and always defy the parameter for legitimation, cheap war on imagination weapon. No cheap weapon on war imagination is no alternative. Every avenue of press rhetoric is able to ensemble sources resistant, economically challenged, and finally fraudulent science, study continues to share too much antagonists and who progress mind. A sublimit growth and development as well as acceptance, gravity, power change, shared economic capitalism sensibilities need to replenish their sacramental imagination. They say fairness. 1, no link. They get the planet. Any chaos to return to essential thesis. 2nd is infinite proselytes. They just say the what I see it is relevant libbies. 3rd, it's inevitable resources. Student experience class. 1, no link in turn. They get the plan with sending defensive value system maximizes God via robust impact turn. 2nd, predictability caps for the activity intrinsic to water production. 3rd, it's not unique. Everyone researches value system now. No 2 is just framework. Amendments fail. 4, it's limited defensive humanism, realism, capitalism, and master covers all generics. 5, their models source debates are exclusively states and politics or unlimited is inevitable because of creative policy arguments. Firm to both. 1 is severance. It's framework. It's not a question of whether autocracies could happen simultaneously, whether they are philosophically compatible and links premarital exclusivity. 2nd is there's no net benefit if our autocracies are intentionally anti-capitalist revolution would stop solvency, especially when the mechanism is capitalism. There's only a risk of short-term expansion via the links. The Huckle evidence. I know it's going to sound precise on face, but you read the evidence, it is not conclusive their way. First is that the what you see is not the form of blockchain that Marx would have wanted. The link to be incites industry-led endeavors and says that they can never escape profit motives or achieve not-for-profit blockchain development, which the evidence is a prototype of, so they cannot access it. 2nd, it says that quote blockchain blockchain has interesting features that potentially allow for non-hierarchical self-organization, not that development inevitably serves that purpose. They've read no internal links. They do not get to access the Smith evidence. One, there are 0 words highlighted in this card. The tuner gets infinite new answers because as of now, there isn't a word. Second, it's a call to action. It says that decentralization is good and it should occur, but it does not say it impedes the all, and fiat would obviously overcome any residual impacts. The mixing evidence is just a launching list impact scenario about crypto. It doesn't say that cap is key and will answer sustainability below. The link debate, the threshold for philosophical competition is a link to the plan over the majority of specific evidence has some underlying commitment to capitalism. You ask, mean that you can be lenient on explanation. Their depiction of resource shortages in the environmental crisis followed by proposition management allows at least to define the terms of response, guarantees a lack of legal recourse and business as usual, which lacks in the tipping points after the Foster evidence. It solves CAP's legitimacy crisis. I sit with the Chapman evidence and it bolsters consumerism, which demonstrates mutual exclusivity and proves link uniqueness. That's the Nicola evidence, which was not said by the 2AC. The plan shores up industry certainty for cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency developers in order to promote global influence and quote make capitalism sustainable again. It's the whole solvency page. The first piece of evidence is tagged as quote permitting cryptocurrency best harnesses environmental and academic benefits. They're going to go for cap good and they're going to lose, or they're going to go for the perm stuff and they're going to win. Their advocacies are intention. They're not the form of blockchain that their authors promote. Now the sustainability debate. Capitalism is terminally not it. It's built to externalize cost. Corporations fund climate analysis, legally dump pollution, atmosphere, and extract resources beyond our limits. As for the Foster evidence, energy pricing and regeneration prove unsustainability. Government use eco crisis as an excuse to admit fascism, extinction, promote 19. The economy of best facts and coupling based science on the use of energy materials not decline to shave on increase in sufficiency are well by consumption, therefore eco impacted rebound savings are nullified by backfires. Sustainability is for residential tech. It's not enough. Stabilizing carbon requires society to simplify our system, and capitalism growth always means more energy use, costly innovations, agribusiness requires fast energy resources being depleted faster than we can the obsession with the growth is sustainable given overshoot capitalist governments use eco emergency without doing anything about nuclear accident pollution and climate moves to muscle eco fascism energy get along with insecurity lead to inequalities, famines and wars. Mineral scarcity dooms great growth in the planet. Omid 20 endless growth generates mineral scarcity. Electrification requires mercury power and lines and battery economy hits limits in minerals, copper, lithium, manganese depletion due to demand. Even high recycling would prevent depletion of lithium by 42, manganese by 38. Following some earlier existing studies should account for wiring as well as difficulties in recycling. Resource limitation theory is true. King 22 both relative and absolute coupling represent extraction rates equal to those hypercoupling 1 to 1. There are constraints. Growth from finite resources is not possible. Constraints govern growth. GDP peak both in data and model but move down, meaning rates decrease. Economy as it grows to such a size it does not no longer maintain capital and production. Profits and interest is at a max. Total investment and debt peak. There is no longer physical resources to invest while maintaining population capital. Is something must give and everything does in overshoot. Now the 2B evidence 1. This is cap has been good for the world. It is not a sustainability word, which means they lose this debate because they haven't said that capitalism is sustainable. They don't have defense to our impact. It's just a function like impact turn debate. You need defense of that person's impact. Second is that who even is this? He has 0 credentials. He's an editor at a capitalist think tank writing for the Cato Institute. So he's obviously not qualified to talk about the alternative. The world is not getting better. Hornberg 19 narrative. People are progressing top and catching up. This is that people don't stand in line but have relations. Low is of level 2 make it possible for people to afford to buy a car from by establishments and trade probably do not have water improvements, not inequalities, inequalities for the market rather than evil for which the market will save us. The evidence is right. Save us now. The next argument or the next word in the evidence, capitalist democracy fails. But away 18 neoliberal democracy. The enemy of democracy to be effective. People need to feel connection to each other. Rise through non-market organization. Neoliberal democracy takes it aim others instead of citizens and produces consumers. Society just engage individuals who feel so socially powerless, perpetuates ecological crisis. Capitalist growth demanding poor and a shallow democratic arena. Political privatization. GDP is capitalist doing profit over people. Now the night evidence. It says that blockchain could be useful in achieving net zero, but there's no evidence that it is going to get deployed to do so, or that the time frame matches the time frame for the sustainability stuff that they've dropped out of the 2AC. Tech fixes fail black by 23 net zero. So you have the mainstream budget far from adequate new technologies. Arena tested hypothetical CCS has ever shown to work. No, the scope requires CCS to be an extremely useful political tool providing with a green cover while it continues to body motor coal and gas. The government doesn't envisage hydrogen, but gas, hydrogen values the because crosses pipeline. Clean hydrogen turns out to be another technological shiver. It's designed to greenwash fossil fuels. EVs is designed to forestall change to protect car makers. There's material lithium already. The sour can medicine environmental promise with lithium producers fixes create the impression of change, which are the profits of finance that fossil fuel economy. Now the alternative is a transnational anti-capitalist revolution. If he has a general increase in the scope and intensity movements acting now is key because of interviewed Cox and the older. As for the top of evidence, the private actor fiat argument, alternatives should be able to fiat a general increase in the scope and intensity movements as best. One is education. It means the best when you compare the world of the scope versus the world alternative. Questions of feasibility are a tool to further complacency with capitalism. The alternative of words imagines a world without it, which makes other pressure structures. As for the Mercar evidence, second is Netflix. Their interpretation of least material else and will start to know that fiat everything either loses on the perm double bunch or the crackdowns. I said it's analogous to to forcing the app will win that the plan will pass and roll out. Fiat 3 is that it maximizes Afghans via impact turns. All they Afghan via impact turns. All they have to win is capitalism or tenant of the WDC scored. 4, they link the plan fiats at least 2 million people employed by the federal government in an era of mass polarization. The alternative is less utopian ring set. It also 22 covered shift out public understanding. G20 countries starting representing economic supporting economic priorities, be bad, profit and human well-being and agricultural production risk with transition overcomes the seal ejected transition for state hospitalization reversal on the scale of millennial offers optimism for a timely rise systemic transformation. The alternative solves the case where all their impacts are inevitable. As for the sustainability debate, which has dropped out of the QEC, obviously turns environment impacts and it turns where impacts as per the evidence I just read above. Anything you want me to do? Okay, I'm good for cross-sec. Actually, I'm gonna get water. I sound horrible.
Let me know where you're good.
Yeah, I'm good now. Sorry.
Cool. There was only one marked card, right?
Yeah, I think it's the Hornberger evidence.
Before cross, Jacob, can you just get that? Hornberger.
Yeah,
where is
it's
that?
at Save Us.
Yeah,
It's
I think
the
I got
first
it.
paragraph, the bottom.
Okay, I see that. Cool. You good? Let's start with framework, or I guess the perm. If we win that permutation, like the AF and the alt are compatible, why doesn't that mean that they're philosophically compatible?
Because the 1AC presented an ideological commitment to capitalism, we think that the negative should be able to like
Isn't that
read
just
an
a question
alternative
of
that
links
competes
though?
off
So
of
is
it.
the argument that if we win a link, then no perm?
Yeah, functionally,
Okay,
because if we win a
if we
link,
win-
we're philosophically compatible.
Right, if we win the net benefit to the perm outweighs the link, does that mean the link still exists or
No,
how
it's
do- how do
just
we
like a
evaluate
Pepsi
philosophical
challenge
competition?
as per framework. You do not get a perm if we win that we are philosophically incompatible.
How does the judge evaluate that? Like, what does it mean to be philosophically
You just have to
incompatible?
win framework and the link, I guess, if you want a perm.
But like, right, so how does
So-
the judge figure out if our advocacies are compatible philosophically?
Because via the link debate.
Okay, and I'm assuming that would also include like potential link offense. That's fine. The sustainability debate, or actually, yeah, no, the sustainability debate, the like tech fails card, it's talking about mainstream sources of technology, things like NETs, CCS, you continue to use coal and gas. How is that at all predictive of things like blockchain technologies?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be like name drop blockchain because the argument is that these sort of tech fixes that industry asserts will get us to net zero never work, and they're a political tool that furthers complacency with capitalism. It's just an
Okay.
indicate of the logic broadly, and then it gives examples in
The
case.
argument that like the AF does not cause the type of blockchain our evidence is talking about, how have you determined that?
Because one, the link debate dropped all of the solvency evidences in the context of capitalist industry-led blockchain, which your evidence does not assume. Second is
I
that
would
you have
disagree
not
with that,
read an
but-
eternal link between. So all of your evidence that you've read in the 2EC, I agree that it's like pretty good that blockchain is like maybe anti-capitalist sometimes, but you have not read evidence that it will actually be implemented in that fashion. It's just all
Okay,
super
so
speculative.
if we win, right, if we win that our authors are like, blockchain is like, you know, it is a capitalist technology at source, but can be used for anti-capitalist methods, right, for anti-capitalist purposes, plus alternative post-world, like, you know, you use socialist blockchain.
No, you do
why
not.
Why doesn't that answer that or like assume that?
Because you do not get a perm, so the perm can't shape how the plan is interpreted, which is one thing. But second is that that's just blatantly not the affirmative because you conceded the link out of the 1C and all your evidence is speculative. Like you can win that blockchain can be good sometimes. You could win
But
that
our
water
authors
production can be good
obviously
sometimes. So
assume like
that's
the
not just by
status
the
of
app.
blockchain and the status quo, right?
No, it doesn't. It's all about could be implemented
Right,
in a
and they
Marxist society.
like they understand.
I understand that
capitalism
you stole
exists.
these cards from like
Okay,
Kentucky and they're pretty good, but they're not
I
about
cut
your
them
app.
myself. That's fine. The alternative transition war stuff, like what does the alternative fiat?
It fiats a general increase in the scope and intensity
Do you
of
fiat the
anti-capitalist
success of
movements.
those movements?
No, but you've conceded as per the Tavan evidence that they spread internationally and are successful.
Okay, I sent it. I'm gonna get set up before I give an order. It's a long one. Okay. Con. The BizCon they said. EPA trade-off. Iran politics dissent. Dollar hegemony dissent. Advantage counter plan. T. I'll do it one more time. Con, BizCon dissent. EPA trade-off dissent. Iran politics dissent. Dollar hegemony dissent. Advantage counter plan. T. All right. Your Wi-Fi is good. Okay, I'm gonna pan through everybody. Give me a thumbs up when you're good.
Hold on, I'm still, okay, I'm good.
Okay, Hearn, you good? All right, great. We'll concede the permutation on Con. There is reason to reject the argument. Not the team is not set past the blocks. They have no offense. BizCon. We'll concede the regs are inevitable. We're not going for the EP trade up to set thumpers. We're not going for the Iran disset. We'll concede the build is installed, which means that any links for an argument at the end, we're just giving them offense. The dollar hegemony disset. We'll concede the hegemony is resolving, so the plan has no effect on solving it. The advantage counter plan. We're kicking it. It's conditionality. It's good. We get rigid against new ass versus offense. One is neg flex. Condo is necessary. Correct on the top and two to favor the app. Only rigorous testing competencies for ground loss and limit explosion. Two is info processing. Condo forces two AC decision making. Multifaceted defense, which is key to advocacy and critical thinking. For defense, one is reciprocity. App can kick an advantage or impact, which checks abuse. Two is skew is inevitable kicking. It counterpoint is no different than it is. Their interpretation justifies infinite politics, stats, and procedurals. Doesn't check skew and destroys education. Three, infinite perfect check and use. Condo is necessary against new affirmatives on topic skewed in favor of the neg. They haven't defined their interpretation, which means the 1AR can't go for it now. Screw you. Cyber attacks are key to North Korean revenue lead. 21 with the control of power be dependent on hackers. Cybercrime broadly come because you should be taken to with your billion cyber attacks. Leaving the state of more cyber has a lifelong struggle Korean economy money from cyber crimes 8% North Korea's. And the economy hacking increased by 9%. Revenue shortfalls caused nuclear cells. Dalton 21 North Korea's increased reliance on cyber attacks to revenue. Also, the outgrowth North Korea's for cash increase now the danger behavior North Korea's full of rap sheets along Pakistan. Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Syria, no coast down, no doubt transfer into nuclear sensitive technology, basic weapon design, equipped technology, materials, increasing desperate cash to good. Risk sales of the business increasing due to terror services will take manufacturing as from the LTA's road regular heroes outside Syria, Ukraine, proliferation to new proliferation cataclysmic wide. Combat in the Middle East war constitution every 20 in the Middle East by developed to World War III and Pakistan by over the nature world the side of Iran to shoot the weapons Russia, China. Allies of Iran may also be drawing nuclear weapons so be used to maximum calculation, make the one habitable global fan and claim will destroy civilization, cause smoke with respect globally destroying ozone, kick at lower temperatures would follow Agro be destroyed. The terrorism causing extinction of Gualo 18 the threat nuclear terrorism is increasing due to terrorist groups expressed doubting required physical material developing detonate nuclear weapon increasing global distress and far past intentions and lead to nuclear use consequences will include the escalation confidence and increasing multiple loss. No cyber impact loosens 20 cyber catastrophe remains imaginary. Cyber catastrophe core skills action not possess member states lack capability to cause physical damage. There is enough uncertainty about the ability to attribute they are unwilling to risk escalation. Topicality the entire year I have not seen a worse 2AC frontline to the most common topicality argument on this topic. All of their links to their standards are fabricated and nonsensical. You should go back to BFHBR lab and learn how to write blocks. Topic glass must protect water resources via committing states views which the managed evidence is true. And then for water protection data they see the term water protection means to set bodies of protection where it's not possible to carry out human activities. And they prefer one is ground they get access to core generics. A is states and politics are a functional limit or reliant on a single mechanism for solvency and links. Infinite AF mechanisms multiply fed key warrants and precludes testing the actor. B is case specific disads and research are contingent on CCQs, not the regulatory tweak of the week. Second is limits outweigh. Their interpretation expands topic exponentially. Justifies infinite regulatory tweaks and apps tangential to the topic. So long as the app is a card that subsumes a practice harms water, they're topical. There's a case list of what they justify any arms to society because the reduction of harms water, starting nukes because war hurts the environment, abolishing polluting prisons, the plastics, pesticides, fertilizers, or any other potential pollutants. Magnified against 2 ways will raise the margin to discourage generics, which sets an impossible standard for negative research and makes crap untenable. The impact is fairness. Conservation lose faith in the activity because the deck is stacked against them triggers the only terminal impacts. The we meet argument is so incredibly bad. Their evidence is not even about blockchain. It says the CWA can regulate fish kills from renewable energy. Geez, I really don't think that that's the affirmative. Either way, it doesn't meet our argument because they don't cease use. They regulate it, which was the entire 1AC. The CIRCOM counter interpretation first. They do not solve their offense. Regulation doesn't guarantee federal fed key warrants or any of their arguments about being able to solve the affirmative ground. Second is if we win desirable debatability comes first, then CIRCOM is basically an auto loss because setting the standard at any regulation of the thing that affects water would blow the lid off the topic. 3 is that it defines it in the context of state law, which equally links to their offense. The calendulous evidence you can basically permit anything, which links our offense above. Secondly is that it also defines it only in the context of the CWA, which equally links to predictability of means all use CGS 78 the word of indicate the algorithm or the whole of top glass prohibit water use ecoservice or user protections used to prohibit the conservation diffuse the function poses restriction protections used to me. 89 the moratorium marches shift from conservation to protection absolute prohibition. Plantex in a vacuum is wrong. Our interpretation of that topicality violation should be predicated on cross-X, 1AC tags, and 2AC strategy. Prefer it. 1. Plantex in a vacuum is a role hazard makes any app topical by including water resources in the plantex. It destroys debate and justifies reading apps from previous topics. 2 is that it forces T in substance. And the 2 are to hold the app to a stable advocacy makes the egg win. And impossible now. The predictability offense debatability outweighs. 1 is that evidence quality isn't key to predictability. Judge norms are voting on T to revert and limits disaster sufficient to set a topic precedent. 2 is wins and losses. Teams witness them and demonstrate what apps are predictable. 3 is if an interprets objectively the most desirable, it is predictable. You shouldn't sacrifice the topic for nitpicky gripes with our definitions. 4 before is that there are basically infinite legal definitions of what protection means. Precision first with break. Model comparison 5 is that we solve this argument. Winning indicts that their evidence proves that their evidence is not the gold standard. Any definition is somewhat arbitrary, and predictability is not soluble. Look, their own interpretation links this argument because it's like context and peer-reviewed evidence. Matnich, there is a law review that's citing UN Close, which is peer-reviewed by other countries, which seems much more predictable. No new one-year arguments because it's shaped block strategy. Ground is wrong as well. First, there's no link. There's a case list of ceasing water use like the Ogallala Aquifer, wetlands, and Great Lakes or Colorado River. NPA's offshore drilling, ban fracking, and deconstructing dams. Through is that negative ground outweighs. This topic is awful for the negative. Court and agency actors, unlimited regulatory mechanisms, and lack of dissent link uniqueness to the Biden administration preclude court generic solution to inflate the limits case. Their internal link to this argument is like jurisdiction and statutory law. What does that even mean? How does that apply to our argument? No new one-year arguments. Functional limits are wrong. Predictable limits are a prerequisite and determined research burdens. They would preclude functional limits, which is the ground overview above. Reasonability is bad and arbitrary. It encourages judge intervention. There is zero Bratlow, which means ideology supersedes technical debating. Prefer competing interpretations. They generate the best, most predictable version of the topic because the judge votes for the better vision of debates. No substance crowded because our interpretation generates in-depth clash over limited stasis. It's illogical because the asked exclusion is yes or no.
7:45. Okay, 1:30. I'm sending it. Okay, it should be sent. Raid's also sending a card or two. You know why it's not? Okay. The order is going to be weird, so let me know when everybody gets it.
I have it, but I'm copy pasting the other card into the stock.
Okay. I also need to open the other card, so give me 1 sec.
Y'all should have already gotten the one I sent. I might send another one during the speech. Obviously, I'll see that if you do.
Okay, does anyone need the order again? It's, or sorry, I didn't even give it. It's advantage 2, advantage 1, the add-on, BizCon, okay. Need that again.
Yeah, can you give that one more time?
Yeah, advantage 2, advantage 1, T, the add-on, BizCon, T, add-on, BizCon, cap. Okay. Not ready. Cool. Sorry. All right.
The multilateralism evidence doesn't implicate the evidence, doesn't assume a cryptocurrency or evidence says it creates a foundation for cooperation with your evidence that doesn't assume it diffuses tensions between countries, conceded that it solves the problem. The impact on the cyber dash is definitely the cause extinction come. Now the 1EC evidence says we're overdue, regardless any risk has to any risk outweighs because of one the first guy because they concede it definitely causes they concede that definitely causes human extinction. There's a conceded aliens impacts only blockchain creates innovation. And the next only blockchain sustains innovation necessary to stop extra extraterrestrial intelligence from the wiping out humanity. It's an existential threat substantiated by 1AC evidence as extended in the 2AC, not answering the 2AC. So no, and the new answers and it's the alternative. Advantage 1, the 2AC kicked out of warming, which mitigates the impact of the capitalism. It means that none of the reasons why capitalism are unsustainable necessarily cause extinction. We win the risk of war impact has that way. T, we cease the use of water resources in cryptocurrencies mining. We meet plant sex in a vacuum is the least arbitrary metric for evaluating what the plant does. Our counter-interpretation of protection means protecting water resources from future harms. That's the least arbitrary. That is the least arbitrary definition. That is the least arbitrary definition. Anything else, you should defer to U.S. legal. You should defer to U.S. You should defer to U.S. definitions because they guide the preparation. They guide preparation on a topic about domestic water law. Right. I need to send the card about T being the Supreme Court. I deleted by accident. It guides the direction of the topic on U.S. water law. Manages about a Wellington Convention that was removed later. It always everything. It guides to a preparation before the season. They say evidence quality matters matter. That's arbitrary. It's a question of sourcing and where we determine it from because that's what guides research and preseason preparation. Wins and losses that don't matter because they don't. Individual rounds won't shape community norms, but evidence consensus will. There's no infinite in the definitions. Even if there is, you should vote for the most predictable one because it solves their offense better. They definitely don't solve. It's a question of what definition you vote for in the first place. Clash. This is a secondary question. They don't solve. The Supreme Court disagrees with them. I'll read that in the card later. Reasonability voting for T incentivizes going for what trades off with substance. The add-on. I'm conceding the defense that they read. It says that cyber attacks are impossible, which takes out any risk of a link argument. But there's no impact. Routine already survived hackers are new or crazy measures of center properties. The proliferation of actors except the use and never been able to get anything from a link was really trying to get nuclear terrorism like Martin terrorists and limited terror going to go over this person the actual to go into the form collaboration transfer material moving on transfer which digital hiding close the rest of like the rocket special ones versus be nor are they likely to steal one. BizCon they concede the 2AC argument that economic decline caused necessitates the transition wars. There's no way the revolution could solve it because it's a question of state powers, it's a question of state powers, not political ones. Back to T. The courts vote F, Supreme Court 2, and the K protection means all the MSG fusion ODU, no MSB level protection vary with circumstances. The K. Framework weigh the consequences of the plan against a competitive alternative, shifting the debate to Abstract 3, alert to unrelated topic as unfair biases and moots the only advantage of picking the folks to debate that forecloses effective engagement, individual debates on effective subjectivities only season of clash or internal links. Therefore, they say value systems, that's an arbitrary metric, makes anything competitive so long as they prove one part of it is distinct from the Makara evidence. There's no link to it because our interpretation doesn't exclude those discussions. That's necessitate that they have an actual convincing argument why the alternative is competitive. There is a link to fairness. It makes being F impossible because it makes anything that is slightly different from the F competitive, which destroys any possibility for engagement. Fairness is not inevitable, even if it is. You should vote -2. You should vote -2. Maximize it. They say capitalism is core for the topic. Clash. I'm not going for that as unique to impact permutation. Do both. Even if they win framework, we still get a permutation because they have not won a reason why the F is actually incompatible. Just asserting that it should be a question of ideology is not sufficient to win that reason of exclusivity. It solves every reason why the alternative might fail because fielding a revolution overcomes any risk of a link argument. Blockchain is key. The blockchain is key to the alternative. It's key to decentralization, which increases choice and decreases restrictions for more. Buying Ukraine proves its efficiency. That was the Smith evidence. That was the Smith evidence. They say it's not the blockchain Marx. It's not the blockchain Marx wanted. It's not the blockchain Marx wanted. Communities don't succeed. Post alternative if it doesn't help. The link argument is ridiculous. The only link is that we continue on business as usual. One, the F regulates cryptocurrencies, which is the opposite direction of the status quo, and imposes internalized costs for investors, which is what their sustainability evidence critiques. No, there's no link to the Nikula evidence that links to them because they present a view of crisis 2. They present a view of crisis 2, which means that it trades off with the alternative. But we have one that our descriptions are accurate. The alternative, it doesn't solve the F, it can't solve the extraterrestrial intelligence stuff or the cooperative or the multilaterals and stuff that's key to solve proliferation. That they have conceded is inevitable. Now transition wars was conceded. The stuff that the alt is succeeding now doesn't answer it, but it doesn't answer it because it's a question of states, not individuals. There's no mindset shift. Heiberg 15 is hard to convince people to reduce the organization to max radical like energy. Jesus principle remains to violate Martha Carter and violate private actor. The private actor fiat is bad. I'm not going to have time for that. Anything else, Ray? I have 5 seconds. No? Okay.
Good.
Okay. I don't know how much time we have. 3:07 start. Okay, I think John is sending something out on the chain. The order is Team Matnich. Can I have the stand? Yeah. But not right away. This is the wrong flow. Is everyone good? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Wait, sorry, is the card sent or is it like?
Yeah, it's it.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Okay. Everyone else good? Cool. It's trying or die to preserve the next village to engage on a topic that is structurally skewed in favor of the app. Only an accommodation ground and subject as their solution makes the activity workable and avoids the terminal impacts of topicality. Berta diminishes research and creativity as subsequent collapse of the game. Now they have dropped all of our offense. They've gone for offense. If this were an impact turn be impact turn debate, it would be an auto L from Meredith because they do not have a defense to our offense. We have defense to theirs. There are two internal leaks. One is limits outweigh. Their interpretation expands the topics to include any app that regulates an action that could have an adverse impact on water. It destroys the topic. They've conceded the potential case list. The entire arms sales topic by regulating production, harmful to water, regulating any substance or practice that could be tied to polluting, like plastic, pesticides, cryptocurrency, or nuclear disarmament. Circum justifies tangential topicality because this does not require direct action to direct water, but rather action to regulate any substance that has an effect on water. Second is ground. They delete the topic's functional limits by unlimiting background's production and magnifies key deficits, link turns, issues, the literature, their paper, which answers functional limits at the bottom of the flow. Now, our interpretations of production means the cease use of a body of water that's a managed interact and ecoserve evidence. They do not meet our interpretation. The affirmative is the middle ground between over and under regulation of cryptos water use. It allows for water use in the future. They conceded the definition of that they have to cease all use for a purpose of protection, which means they cannot access it. The first solvency tax substantiates the violation. The GUC evidence was indicted and not about cryptocurrency. Now, they conceded the Planex and vacuum is bad. Subpoint A is it forces T and substance to the two in order to hold them to a stable advocacy and makes it impossible for us to win. B is that it links to limits exposition that I did above because they can just include production of the Planex to get out of all of our arguments. They've conceded that the standard for violations is tax cross-ex and 2AC cross explanation, which is necessary to preserve the next really to engage a debate. Now, their counter interpretation is absolutely awful, and their impact is as well. First, I'm going to do the impact level of predictability. Debatability turns it. One is the definitions are not key. Voting neg on our interpretations is key at the TOC and the semifinals debate. Wins and losses do determine what else are predictable and viable in a sense of greater signal than some marginal definitional difference, especially when they've conceded insights to their evidence. Second is that the most desirable definition is the most predictable. When we cut T evidence, we're internally asking ourselves whether the definition is ideal for debate. That better accesses pre-interpretive preparation because the interpretation of the topic that includes the case list above or is just like cease use of water for arms deals could be the most precise as per legal definitions, but we obviously wouldn't flock to it as a committee because it would make debating impossible. Limit us to one F, obviously wouldn't get core topic controversy, etc., which means that the tiebreaker is limits and debatability outweighs. Now, we have defense to their offense. They have no defense to ours. I did that above. It's clearly an auto loss for them. They do not access predictability. First is that they've conceded that the circum evidence in the QEC is imprecise. It is from the Oregon Court of Appeals and it's about state law, which is not in the context of the topic or the federal government. Second is that they've conceded two pieces of evidence that substantiate our interpretation that are not the Matnich evidence. There are no new two indicts because they should have been in the 1 year of this was their fire strategy. The ecoserve evidence as well as the indirect evidence of topic context. They're in the context of water protection and the United States, and they say that the cessation is topical. Now, the Matnich, the precision standard about Matnich, one is defines protection but does not define for the purpose of unclose choice this indict. Second is they've dropped the other two inside definitions, so it's filter predictability. There's no indicts to their interpretations, and one that basically reads the topic back. Indirect says you have to stop unit activities. So footnote 142 cites Davis for deletion, which is Matnich. 96 reduction used water and then deleted Davis, who concluded unclose deletion, but deleted this language not because it was wrong but for jurisdictional reasons. When the U.S. tried to say production was not prohibition, they were shut down. Davis 85 article provided right to prohibit, regulate, and limit exploitation with a view of production. This was incorporated until negotiation resulted in revisions. This language never first discussion was not clear. Second off, when no way have strengthened legal regime. Third, authority was not clear. Proposal submitted by U.S. would have required protection and conservation provided right to prohibit or limit emphasis added to changes. Now, this good is definition one. This is from the Supreme Court of Hawaii. why. They've conceded that state interpretations are bad, and the circle of invites from the 1A and 1NR, so no take back. Second is that the top of the 1AR says that U.S. federal definitions should be preferred. It proves any predictability standard is ridiculously arbitrary because new AF card says it. They haven't accepted the permitting interpretation, so there's no new two-error answers, and they've dropped a state block study from the top of T, and it's a hyperneck bias topic from Kano, which magnifies the limits debate above. Now, the next argument is the reasonability debate. Competing interpretations are best. First is that anything less causes a limits exclusion on topical asks. There's no precise way to deem what is T impacted by the overview that outweighs substance credit because they technically conceded the T is substance, supporting an even consensus over what the resolution includes creates in-depth clash over predictable stasis. It accesses the 1 year's impact best because substantive debates suck if the substance we debate are steel generic spaces, infinite nuance that nobody understands, which is also a justification for debatability outweighing. Second is arbitrariness. There's no bright line which makes such a biasly determined debates is terrible because even if some level of intervention is inevitable, it's linear, and throwing out the flow is not a model that you should endorse with your flow, that you should endorse with your ballot. Now they say, I'm pretty sure they say functional limits at the bottom of the flow. They didn't list any functional limits, so obviously you shouldn't vote on them. I understand that there's an obvious stigma surrounding voting on T Mountain and some of the TOC, but one is that you should throw out all your preconceived notions, just evaluate the flow. Anything less is egregiously interventionist. Second, it's not your fault that they failed to be the argument. You should not arbitrarily lower the bar for them. If it were a bad argument, a strategic team would have demolished it. My novice Gilly could have written a better 2AC to this argument. You cannot justify new two-error answers.
130. Right. Anyone ready? Anyone not ready? It's just T.
I think we are short. No, Karen's here, but I don't. Okay, yeah.
Cool. 5 minutes of fairness bag. Y'all better be excited. Okay.
Tuner spends way too long reaching for your heartstrings with limits, but underdevelops the link debate madness. This has a cessation. We obviously need their interpretation under any definition. 1 year extend the 1 year argument that the plan would cease use of water for Bitcoin and crypto mining. This is proven by our solvency evidence. The bit licensing evidence, i.e., the 1 year Guli card says. This says things like bit licensing regimes would include things like taking away the water from crypto mining operations insofar as those mining operations cause the damage as defined by the CWA. That means their interpretation. That's how we've consistently explained the entirety of the app throughout the round. Those water operations are critical to crypto mining because they rely on them for things like hydro energy, but are destructive towards the environment. So our solvency advocate indicates that things like regulations, including bit licensing, would cease use of water for those crypto minings that would also meet the removing human development violation because it removes the development of blockchains using those mines and removes the humans from those mines, specifically insofar as they are harming the waters. There's no FXT or extra T argument, but even if there is, it's inevitable on this topic. And the only other argument I really have to respond to is the of definition equals all of one. There's no reason why the affirmative cannot meet this interpretation. Why do we not affect all water resources? There's no violation present in the 2NR2. Two is our 1AC evidence indicates that miners are flocking all throughout the U.S. and finding the areas that are least costly for developing Bitcoin mining rigs. But yes, our 1AC evidence might talk about the Colorado River Basin, but they're obviously using every other water resource known to man. The plan would cease that development for every other water resource, all of all water resources in the United States, which means we solve. If you think these arguments are new, they're not. The 1AR explains these in the context of case solvency, explains how we cease the use of Bitcoin mining regulations, but you should allow. But even if you think it's new, it's justified. One is the 1C read 8 off bullshit about Tweezy undercovering this argument. Obviously, you did not allow for sufficient rejoinder, but Tweezy was also sufficient. Read the evidence in the Tweezy that says that under the CWA you can cease the use of water, i.e., taking away the permits for these Bitcoin minings, which is a regime that the AF would establish. Two is that there's new cards and explanation in the 2NR, obviously, which justifies new contextualization. And three is that if it was late breaking, it's not our fault. It's theirs for overloaded, for sandbagging the affirmative speeches. The 1AR was sufficient though because it explained case in the context of ceasing the water resources used for Bitcoin mining technologies. Is there any other violation I'm missing, Jacob? Meets the of definition because they use waters across the US. If they go to a water that's not Colorado River Basin, AF would still apply. Meets the cease human development because it stops human development, i.e. Bitcoin mining. Ceases use through bit licensing. Cool. You should err towards specificity. The 2NR nor block have any explanation of how the app functions. So GG on the we meet. The last argument I'm going to go for in the last minute is the Hail Mary unpredictability. It outweighs in the 1AR. It may have been light, but in the light on defense limits, but answered them by saying they don't matter in a world of an unpredictable topic. If they extend the circum evidence, it's guided in U.S. definitions. You should prefer. The 1AR did not say it's federal. It's a U.S. UNCLOS as a treaty. The U.S. is historically not a part of. People look to those definitions on a domestic topic, which means predictability guides it. The unpredictable topic is that kills limits because people do not know what to prep, which guides preseason and pre-tournament preparation. They say the most desirable topic is most predictable. Answered in the 1AR saying it's a prior question because predictability is what determines the ease of finding definitions, which is the key interlink to debatability. They say Matt Nish was changed just means people are not able to find it. That our definition is better, citing U.S. legal precedent, which is far better guide than international law. We meet is a yes or no question. Resolve that first. 2NR does not do any link extrapolation specific to the app. Once you decide yes, we meet, none of the rest of the debate matters. Good debate.
Good debate.
Good debate, y'all. Do y'all want a card doc?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
can
sure.
motions include any solvency evidence that they think characterizes the plan as topical or not?
Do you want us to include that or LFS?
Yes, both of you.
Both of you.
All right. Yeah.
Good debate.
F card duck sent.
The net card duck is sent.
Okay, we're in. I was last in, so I can announce if anyone else, or unless anyone else wants to. Cool. Congrats everyone on being in the semis of the TOC. This was a phenomenal debate, and all of you debated wonderfully. The decision is a 3-0 for the negative from Lawrence Free State. I will try to be quick. I wrote up a long version on Tabroom that is available if you want to read it. So we meet stuff. 1, I'm airing neg because it is a single line in the 1AR that drops the 1NR answers. It did not extend either cards or warrants by name. 2, I think this of thing frames it, as I understand it, protection of water resources means you have to protect them in the aggregate, i.e. stop use of all of them. If the app allows some mining, they are not topical. This gets at my broader frustration with the 2AR strategy, which is that I don't really understand how water is used in crypto mining. And most of your evidence is about renewable energy use in crypto mining. So I am not entirely sure what you're asking me to vote on you cessating the use of, other than banning the use of all water in all crypto mining, which I do not think you have a solvency card that amounts to, and the AF certainly is not ban crypto mining per the entire 1AC, which is over and under bad. I am amenable to the neg arg that striking the balance per the first 20C card and regulation / good crypto good, bad crypto bad means that mining and use of water is sometimes allowed. I don't think that the 2AR characterization is true per any of your solvency evidence, and more importantly, the 2NR on plain text in the vacuum says that solvency and tags should determine topicality. It was not super clear to me from 1AC CrossX or the 2AC that the AF banned use of water in crypto, and there was not a card that substantiated it. The 2AR needs to explain that the AF gets to explain the plan, that solvency advocates do not, or just extend plain text in the vacuum. AF cards, I wrote up specific stuff about each of them on Tabroom if you would like to read it. They are not extended by name in the 1AR, so I don't think the 2NR has to line by line them, but like I said above, my big issue is that I do not understand how mining uses water after the 2AR, so I don't really understand what the AF cessates, because most of these cards are about energy. The predictability stuff, 1, no indict of interreg or ecoserve. These cards are not great, but the 2AR does not name drop them. I'm not sure why these are unpredictable and unwilling to do the work for the 2AR. 2, 2AR does not really say why it outweighs limits, and the 1AR certainly does not beyond it determines research. The 2NR has an appeal that's like, we would not choose the cards that permit the arm sales topic when writing AFs, even if we thought they were the most precise, because that would be ludicrous, which the 2AR does not have an awesome answer to. That coupled with the unmitigated limits to SAD, and then this Circombe card, the 2NR has some indicts of it, which is that it's from the Oregon Court of Appeals, contextual was deleted or something. Just quick note, I think the 2NR after reading those cards should tell me what to do with them or like interpret them for me. But there is at least some risk that the Circombe evidence is not precise. That plus some AF evidence is relatively precise, or neg evidence is relatively precise via the interreg and ecoserve card, means that this is not unmitigated, limits is. So I don't think that you win substantively / without we meet.
Okay, I'll keep mine pretty short. I'll focus on the we meet debate as well. I don't think you meet. Big issue here is nearly zero connection between the 1AR and the 2AR on this section of the debate. The only clearly explained warrant I find in the 1AR is a quick plain text in a vacuum. 2AR sits on the characterization of why the plan ends water use for mining, etc. 1AR need to contextualize the AF, need to explain the AF, like Holland already said. I also don't have a clear interpretation of what it does until the 2AR. Cross-examination of the 1AC was also not specific to that description, which I think kind of bites back to what you're trying to go for. I think that also means I can shirk off this 2AR idea that I, as the judge, should be the one to read the 1AC evidence to determine what the plan's licensing agreements do. Purely because of the kind of lack of explanation. But one thing I did find funny that hammers down the plan that the plan doesn't meet is this 2AR explains that the AF would end like the human development of mining operations that harm water. I think that seems to strongly play into the 2NR's characterization of like, you justify small changes that tangentially relate to water, which is not something that 2AR ever fights back against. Not great when that's one of your we meet arguments. I do still look at the evidence because I love cards. However, between the Galtley and the Turby evidence, we meet debate looks really grim, right? Both describe monitoring of technology, adopting alternative use protocols, etc. In fact, the Turby evidence even says that like protocols are encouraged, not even forced. So there might be even a question whether you even meet Circombe, but that obviously wasn't a part of my decision. 1NR, I thought that part of the debate was actually pretty sloppy. You should start looking through the 1AC solvency evidence as soon as you know that you're going to extend this argument in the block. 1NR needs to be a characterization of the AF through their solvency evidence. I thought you missed big opportunities to make this debate even simpler far earlier on. one. That describes Hail Mary. Reasonability stuff at the bottom doesn't cut it for me. You briefly cover why I should prefer predictable definitions. I get zero impact comparison with the negative, nor a description of like why your definition meets that level of precision I should be looking for in the topic. Also, the Hail Mary doesn't really answer any of the offensive reasons why they turn things like the substance debate, the functional limits, etc., which means I'm just going to default negative because I don't think you have a reasonable interpretation as per the impact debate.
Yeah, I mean, I get the need to assess your situation in the 2AR and maybe try something bold, but it's not really the move. If you are going to go all in on the we meet, you definitely need to like set up a little bit more with context and the vacuum stuff. You even had an arbitrariness argument in the 1AR to work with, but as is, like you've conceded it's bad, and then we have to look to tags, 2AC explanation, and cross-ex. I mean, to be honest, that actually vetoes like the 2AC explanation thing you maybe could have capitalized on and have been like the only thing that's like remotely a card about, crypto and water is this 2AC we meet one. And so we will concede the 2AC part of that. That's what characterizes it. But like, the 1AC tag part, you clearly just straddling the balance between over-regulation and under-regulation and establishing a regulatory scheme in which if you follow certain disclosure requirements, you can get permits. I mean, that's just like based off of not only Mad Niche, but kind of more narrow and tailored version of Mad Niche they have by defining of prohibiting all human activities. It's basically not feasible to meet that in any comprehensible way. And like looking at solvency, it doesn't make it much better, especially because your plan really just says we do in protection of water resources through regulation of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, which means that that regulation hasn't been like narrowed dramatically by the scope of your plan to only be water regulation. It can just be the bit license thing described in your Gully evidence, which is plainly beyond the scope of Mad Niche. And I think, like Austin said, probably Circum as well. I mean, predictability versus limits is probably a better newish we are to be giving, and I would have just gone for that. But kind of already undermined palette for it when you started with like this is a Hail Mary, and just given the time allocation, you drop a lot of shit, but kind of across the board, so it's kind of difficult to put together. But yeah, congrats on a great run. It's nice the TOC and it's an enjoyable day.
Yeah, super congrats to both teams for sure.
We don't have any questions. Thanks for judging us both like now and throughout our careers and making us better debaters. Good luck to LFS and finals.
Thank you. Good debate.
Good debate. Good luck, everyone.
Here.